Good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody doing this early on a Sunday? Thank you all so much for joining me I know it's early, but I appreciate everybody being here. I see a bunch of people in the live chat. Woo! Yes, welcome to the Stage of Reason pre-show. This is the 30 minutes before we go live over on Discord to have our once a month, our monthly Stage of Reason, where I bring on a guest and we talk to believers about what they believe and why, have them present their evidence or their arguments, and we just break them down and talk about them, stuff like that. And I appreciate all of you being here with me. So I know it's early. So, but at least, you're getting up to hang out with me instead of having to go to, like, say your parents when you have to go to church and shit like that. But I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all doing fantastic. Let me see who we have in the live chat this morning. Let's see. Bellywood is here. Good to see you. Ollie Man, good to see you. Mr. Anti-Idiotic is here. Good to see you, bud. Says, are you going to cover Daily Disciple? So I'm kind of familiar with Daily Disciple with his channel. That's that theist guy who I think in the thumbnails he holds up like notebooks or like he has like writing on and shit like that or like clipboards. Or correct me if I'm wrong. If I said vaguely kind of remember that, but I haven't covered him before, and but I definitely could. I'm not that familiar with him, but I could take a look at his channel, see what's going on. Left-handed Jedi, good to see you. Dr. Nimrod, hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for being here this morning. Thank you for all those cool emojis. It's probing time. 666 is here. Good to see you, bud. UDEF, good to see you. Peter Collings, Rasheen, Gosh of Heckfire. Oh, all the awesome ones are here this morning. I see so many of them. Armageddon's Fire, good to see you. There's I Killed Earl, says hello, my lovelies. Good to see you, I Killed Earl. Reverb Twang, good morning, good morning. Robin Wester, good to see you. Robin Webster, good to see you. I'm still kind of like waking up a little bit. Let me see who else is here. Aaron Reese, good to see you, bud. Zmorph42, Zmorph42. Let me see. Elizabeth S., good to see you. Thanks so much for being here this morning. I know it's early for you. Michael Bell, good to see you as well. Jinju says, Jinju is here, and I think I got everybody so far. And Melina Hoffman. Good to see you, Melina. Thank you so much for being here this morning. All right, so like I said, this is the pre-show before we go over to Discord for the 10 o'clock Stage of Reason. And if you'd like to join me on that Discord, the link is down in the description. You can click on that, and then you can get into the audience there when we take the Stage of Reason live. So if you have any questions or things you want to talk about or like evidence you want to present for gods or whatever, blah, 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 all kinds of stuff, so you can either listen here or you could pop over there, either way, it's totally up to you. But this is where we have those conversations, once a month. This is where we do it. Cindy Sue, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. So we got a little bit of time to kill. Oh, God equals square root of -1. Good to see you, bud. Morning. So a little bit of time to kill before we get started. And okay, so I never ask this, but and there's nothing. I realize that the live chat hasn't got that large yet, but we'll probably get larger later on. But I'm kind of curious about what y'all think. So how many of you in the live chat subscribe to or regularly watch Professor Dave Explains? So this is something that kind of like got me, something that got me recently. It was one of his most recent videos. So I'm sounding like I'm Team Skeptic. It sounds so weird. Put a 1 in the chat if you subscribe to or listen to Professor Dave Explains regularly. Now, I myself have had a great relationship with Professor Dave. He's been on the channel. We had a talk about his debate with James Tour, kind of like the aftermath, and I also streamed it to this channel as well, so you didn't have to give them a view. But Professor Dave Explains is a really, really good dude. Dave Farina is a fantastic guy. He's got a book out there about science, about that approaches bad science and how to recognize it. So, he's been a really good guy and a big friend of the channel. So, the thing that got me, and I've been thinking about this, is that Dave, I see a bunch of people have, yeah, and Otto, good to see you. And let me see, I saw Otto and Eco, good to see you. So, the thing that got me was that he recently dropped a vid and where he was addressing essentially kind of addressing the fallout from the Terrence Howard video, when Terrence Howard was on Joe Rogan, um, and the absolute, like, insanity that was from there. So, for those who are not familiar, oh, thank you so much, Dr. Nimrod. Has been a member of the Godless Army for 23 months. Appreciate that, bud. So, for those who don't know, Terrence Howard is an actor, won an Oscar for Hustle and Flow. Got, like, what you consider like the big financial break when he was cast in the MCU in the original Iron Man back in 2008. And I think it was 2008. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, 2008. Woohoo. So my nerd, I get my nerd credit. I haven't lost my nerd cred. So he was cast as a Rhodey in the original Iron Man, but then was recast come Iron Man 2. And so Rhodey was recast. They cast Don Cheadle. Perfect casting. Don Cheadle is fantastic. There are a number of reasons as to why he was recast, but apparently there was a lot of ego, there was a lot of anger there, and he believed that RDJ had kind of like he believed that RDJ had kind of squirreled away the lion's share of what Marvel was willing to pay, and so they wouldn't give Terrence what Terrence thought Terrence was owed. And so he opted to try and argue with Marvel about how much he was going to get paid, instead of just acknowledging that he was looking at what could have been an 8, 9, 10 picture deal. So you think about all the movies and the series that Don Cheadle was in, that he came in, did the job, and got to play Rhodey for an entire series. Got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 movies out of it. So it was like a 5-picture deal with a series, with the Nick Fury series. So, Terrence Howard caused a stink, and Marvel, Disney/Marvel is not one to really brook with people who rock the boat, and they summarily recast him because they could do that. At the time that they did the original Iron Man, the big heavy contracts that they were under leading up into Infinity War and Endgame, those weren't in place yet, because Marvel Studios still wasn't sure if the MCU was going to take off like they planned. So that was a big kicker there. Now Terrence, kind of like done some movies here and there, like that. He's done other stuff. His career continued, but he recently has like jumped into this esoteric woo mathematic fractal nonsense. I couldn't even hope to try and explain all, but I couldn't even hope to explain it all, but he went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and he tried to break all this down to Joe Rogan. And of course, he's also been on a few red carpets where he has been spouting this esoteric nonsense to people on the red carpets, which is really, really weird, because the red carpets are for the people, if it's one thing, red carpet etiquette is really, really important for a person who's walked the red carpet, for a person who's been on both sides of it, doing journalism and having a premiere. Red carpet etiquette is really, really important. And he'll always take the opportunity. He always took the opportunity to take other people's kind of like time, like the spotlight's on them, and he'll try to take them, and to take it for himself and try to run with it. So I've never really liked that much about it, like personality wise. But he said his stuff. It's batshit crazy. Dave Farina responded to it, and moved on. That was pretty much it. Now, apparently, for those who didn't watch Dave's most recent video, is that apparently that there was some fallback. Now, Dave has a multi-million. I think he has a multi-million subscriber channel. I think he's got like 1 million, almost 2. I think he's got 2 million. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's got over 1 million subscribers. But anyway, with that level of a channel, that's going to warrant some attention. Now, the Terrence Howard on Joe Rogan Experience got Neil deGrasse Tyson's attention, and the attention of other people who work in those fields. Neil deGrasse Tyson did a response to it, and it started blowing up. It kind of making waves. So apparently, Piers Morgan's show, that his team reached out to Dave Farina to come on a panel and talk about this stuff. And what they were going to do was they were going to send like a remote crew out to Dave's place, so he didn't have to travel, and they were just going to record it there where he was at, just set it all up in his place so they could record it. And apparently that didn't happen. So they invited him. They sent him an email. They invited him on, and then almost 3.2 million. Thank you, Peter Collins. And so Peter Collins, and so they basically canceled on him. They said, yeah, we there was a problem with the LA crew, and it's a bummer. So Dave watches the panel that took place, and it was not good. Just Piers Morgan being Piers Morgan, bunch of like, there's a couple of good guys in there, but no, overall it was just crap. And Dave did a video where he was responding, where he basically wanted to break down what he would have said. And it was a good video. Yeah, it was a solid video. But here's the part that gets me, is because towards the end, it gets a little, once he's done with his commentary, it gets a little dark. And this whole long story that I just gave you is leading up to a thing. So the end of his video got me thinking, because he goes so dark. And he goes dark in the sense that what we are facing as science communicators, what we are facing as people who seek truth, what we are facing right now in this country is akin to Hannibal ad portas. Okay? That we are on the verge of a theocratic puppet, an authoritarian theocratic puppet being propped up into the White House, and that the agenda of the people behind him, namely groups like the Heritage Foundation and other groups like that, they have an agenda to ostensibly, what would be in broad strokes, in extremely broad strokes, shut down the pursuit of truth and like objective truth in favor of what is true for their narrative. And that is things like like deep disempowering women, putting fundamental creationist teachings back in school, back in in grade school, in you're basically all schools, and Dave, I'm not much for I try not to doomsay, even when it looks really, really dark. I try to be as realistic as possible. So I try not to doomsay, but Dave's last part of that video was really, really was kind of like, it kind of shook me, because I mean, it seems like we are on that verge, like we are. And I wanted to get people's thoughts on that, for people who may have watched that video. Okay, I wanted to get people's thoughts on that, and because I myself don't want to descend into pessimistic doomsaying nonsense. I don't want to fall prey to that. But then again, there's a line, and I'm just curious, like, what is the line between facing, like looking at what is at the gates right now, and what we hope doesn't happen, and what is absolutely logically possible that could happen. And I'm just going to say it, that Trump, who's a puppet, it doesn't matter that it's Trump, he's the Republican nominee, that Trump and JD Vance, who has like direct ties to specific things I'm referring to, that Trump gets into office with JD Vance, the Heritage Foundation and the groups behind Project 2025, and the people that are empowering his Project 47 or whatever it's called, or Agenda 47. So those people get in power. And then one of the first things that Donald Trump does in that administration is he eliminates the upwards of 15 to 20,000 merit-based positions within the government, and he replaces them with political appointees, people that are loyal to him. So he reshapes the government by replacing merit-based employees with people that are loyal to him and to the party. and that shifts the directional tone of the government itself. After doing that, all it is a matter of utilizing basically using the social, or I guess the social sphere within government, now that it's become so angled towards a particular direction, to basically influence other people for doing that, to influence other people to do the same, and slowly but surely push those individuals out. Once that's done, the stage is primed for individuals to now replace more members of the Supreme Court, because we're probably looking at a loss of another 2 to 3 in the next 4 years, and either through retirement or possibly passing away. But in that respect, then, because Clarence Thomas is on his way out, we all know it, and so is Alito. Alito is on his way out as well. So, but that means the Supreme Court shifts more that direction. Then we have to look at establishing the president as like the supreme authority of the government, with no checks and balances over the where there is no equality between the legislative and the judicial branch. And slowly but surely, step by step, we're looking at that. And then at both a local and a federal level, and then we swing this thing towards an autocracy that empowers the people with the most money and the most power and the most influence. And then we take power away from the middle class and the lower class. We try to reduce the middle class so there's just an upper class and a lower class. Reduce the middle class by driving everyone down, because inflation goes up and only the rich can really survive, because high inflation doesn't really matter to them. And so you increase inflation by virtue of this, which drives the middle class down to almost nothing, which grounds down into basically nothing, turns everybody into a lower class, upper class. Then you have what is ostensibly an authoritarian regime, where you have the servant class, and you have the elitist. You have the elite class, and you have them, because those who have the power and those who do not. And those who don't, those who do have the power make their money in the backs of those who don't. And then that is just a stone's throw away from a feudal system, where you have the emperor in that respect. And it seems weird. It seems very doomsayer to go in that direction, but it's not impossible. And yes, David of Oakland says, Dave's take on Trump: it is this defeatist attitude that will guarantee Trump's victory. We must not despair. We have to fight back with everything we got. Vote blue all up and down the ballot. Agreed. 100% agreed. It's that kind of mentality that keeps me optimistic. It keeps me optimistic. But man, as for a channel that I admire and I like so much, Dave really put a blanket on the party. Was just a wet blanket, and it just drove it. I didn't want it to make me a doomsayer, is the whole point. I think the whole point of this thing is to get people talking about this, that this is an important thing to talk about, and that we cannot allow ourselves to become pessimistic doomsayers. We have to be willing to stand up and do something, because both sides are equally possible. It is logically possible that Trump could lose in the votes. It is logically possible. It is logically possible that he could win. The question is, which outcome do people want? There you go. So I say, to avoid the worst possible scenario, which in my mind is essentially the Handmaid's Tale, if you want to see America turn into Gilead, but if you don't want to see America basically turn into Gilead of the Handmaid's Tale, vote blue. It doesn't matter who's on that ticket. At this point, who is the president doesn't even really fucking matter these days, by virtue of how many special interest groups play into that. So, but vote blue. We cannot allow an authoritarian, theocratic puppet who is just there to facilitate the agendas of theocratic groups who want to reestablish their power, because they know they're losing power in the country. And this is their way to try and codify their power so that they never lose it again. That's what's important. That is what is at stake. It doesn't matter who is blue. It doesn't matter who's being put up in red. Trump and Biden are irrelevant. Their personalities are irrelevant. The whole point is, one will safeguard democracy, and the other will eliminate it. And you see that growing rhetoric there. that the death of democracy. That there are many people out there that are ready for this democratic experiment to end, and that's a fucking scary thing. So it's awesome people coming in. So some more people. I see Clive Wells. Good to see you, bud. Bree as well. Good to see you. Manny B. Thanks so much for being here. Oscar Sombero. Good to see you. Sumami. Thank you so much for being here. I Killed Earl. Yes, I did see that. We got some star chats. I'm going to get them real quick. I Killed Earl's been a member of the Godless Army for 12 months. It is our 1-year anniversary. Thank you so much for the flowers. I did see them. So thank you very much. Left-Handed Jetty's been a member of the Godless Army for 7 months. Rasheen's been a member for 9 months. Cindy Sue's been a member for 30 months. 30 months. Thank you so much, Cindy Sue. You rock. Robin Webster's been a member for 1 month, and Ollie Man's been a member for 3 months. Thank you all, channel members. You rule. I do appreciate that. That is fantastic. See, I love how StreamYard grabs it and stars it for me, so I don't have to go hunting for it again. So, all right. Red State, Texas can now legally overturn Blue County votes in Harris County. Oh, that's Michael. I'm so glad I'm out of there. Texas was recently voted as having the worst quality of life in 2024. I'm so glad I moved out of there. How to Rule an Asteroid. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss nobody. I think we're good. Well, we're about to pop over. All right. Randolph just sent me a message. And let me jump into the stage here. Get this prep because we're gonna go live. We're gonna open up the stage here in about 2 minutes. And let me jump in. Here we go. All right. Al Trucker has been a member of the Godless Army for 1 month. Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Al Bobji. Good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Yeah, gonna have to disagree with you there, bud. It's not Trump that I even give a shit about because really Trump is just a muppet. He's just a muppet with the Heritage Foundation's hand up his ass, just like that. That's all he is. Trump is a puppet, dancing to the tune of more powerful groups than he will ever be, and they are using his loud ass mouthpiece to accomplish their own goals. That's all they do. He is literally just the lubrication in the gears of a much more nefarious system, and that is the goal to turn this country into a theocratic nightmare. A theocratic hellscape is what it is. Future nightmares. Good to see you. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, Rasheen. America has become the world's Florida. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's all Trump is. Trump is just a puppet. Oh, it's all right. I got Randolph messaging me. There we go. Make sure we're all set. All right. Yes, and Randolph will be joining me as well. So let's make sure that we put this up. Let me full screen this bad boy. There we go. All right, Randolph, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you just fine. You sound good.
Oh, excellent. My audio's right. Good.
Yeah. Let me double check with the crowd. Everybody
Your
in the
volume's low for me. I'm just
Oh.
going through a few settings here, but your volume sounds a bit low.
Let me double check mine. Levels. How's that?
That's much better.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I just raised it up a little bit on the computer. All right, everybody in the live chat, let me know if you can hear Randolph, if he's coming in clear. He should be. I think he is. Excellent. Everybody's saying that they can hear you. Kalasia 789, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And I think I just make sure I didn't miss anybody. Fan-friggin-tastic. All right. Yes, it's a stage of reason in politics.
Your volume went back down again. Maybe somebody in the audience can confirm if your volume's the same as mine. Normally, the volume is higher when I'm in these things for other people.
Oh, I see
Uh,
what happened here. I see what happened. Yeah, we're good. We're solid.
okay, excellent. That's good.
All right. Make sure we're good there. Yep, it is 10:01. I think we are ready to start this bad boy. All
You're
right.
going live on YouTube as well, so I
Yes,
guess there's an
yeah,
audience waiting for you.
yeah, been live there for about 30 minutes. I always do a 30-minute pre-show before we do the stage of reason to let people kind of fill in and so they
Oh,
can
I
listen to
see.
stuff. Yep.
Okay.
Here we go. All
Thank you for inviting
right.
me on today.
Absolutely. My pleasure. My pleasure. And make sure those are good. Damn. Absolutely. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you. All right. I see what's going on. Every time I see if I click over to the Discord, it tells me that if I click over to the Discord, it adjusts my volume level for some reason, which is really annoying.
That explains it. Okay.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this. And okay. All right. Hopefully, what the hell? It keeps adjusting. Okay. Hopefully that won't mess it up. Can you hear me okay still?
Yeah, I can. Your volume's still a tad low, but I think I'll manage.
Son of a bitch. Hang on a second. Damn it. Hang on a second. Okay, apparently my audio is good, so we're solid. All right, I think we're ready to kick this off. Welcome everybody down in the politics Discord. I see a bunch of people down there in the audience. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for being here this morning. Welcome to the Stage of Reason. This is a monthly stage that we do on the third Sunday of every month, where I hang out with a guest. We come on here and we talk about what people believe and why they believe it. Have them present their evidence or arguments for the things that they believe, whether it be a god or gods or or goddesses, as Randolph likes to point out, or whatever. Bring it. We'd love to have a chat with you. So for everybody down there in the audience, we got like 20 or so people down in there that may get larger. If you have something you'd like to talk about or have some evidence or argumentation to present, feel free, or have questions for us is always good. Feel free to raise your hand. We will bring you up in the order that we see you. So we will bring you up to talk to you, and that's pretty much it. That's how it's going to run. And this thing runs for a little while. It depends upon how it plays out, but we'll see what kind of in conversations we can get into. How are you doing this morning, Randolph?
Doing pretty good. I'm a little under the weather today, but I decided to push through and be here anyway because we scheduled it ahead of time. I'm going to try to be at my best for you. I'm delighted that you've invited me to join you on your Stage of Reason. Thank you very much. I guess, as you know, I've been busy with some activism over the years.
Oh yeah.
But your show, was there something that you wanted to focus on in particular today?
Oh no, dude, this is pretty much what we were doing on the first of the month. Back during in the theist helpline, or the eighth, whatever we were calling it, I can't remember. It went through a number of permutations, but it's pretty much the same thing. But I just like to keep the stage up here a little bit smaller so that we can have more clearer and more concise conversations. So I think that works a little bit better. It's a little bit more conducive to that.
Okay, somebody has commented in the Discord chat that it's the first time they're seeing me not driving for a change. For people who may not know, very often the time that I'm on Discord is when I'm driving, because I'm pretty busy with my work, and so that's when I have time to chat, and I make my phone calls first, and then I get those taken care of, and then I've got extra time. I'll join people on Discord. It's a great way to pass the time while driving. It's all a hands-free system that I have set up, so it's safe. But some people know me that way.
Awesome. While we're waiting for somebody to put their hand up so we can have see who we want to talk to in here, I'd see a lot of people that are, oh, well, never mind. I was going to jump into something, but we do have somebody here. So I do not know. I don't know how to pronounce that. That is
Well,
a
we can talk about briefly about the goddesses and gods thing. You did mention that I point out goddesses from time to time. Well, you've got them trying to get them up on the stage. I'm just trying to fill in here for you so you can focus on that.
okay.
Um, a lot of the time, people are talking about gods. Because the monotheistic religions like Christianity and Islam and Mormonism and some of the others focus very heavily on the Father, the Holy Ghost, the Lord, whatnot. And so they tend to think God encompasses absolutely everything. And I have kind of found that that leaves out, it kind of excludes the female, the aspect of our species. We've got women, of course, who are more than significant. I would say they're a very important part of the human species.
Hmm.
Equally important to men, I would say. I do believe this, and I feel like a lot of these religions, which come from sorely outdated ideals that just aren't compatible with modern society, in my opinion, are quite sexist. They're misogynistic. They don't regard women as people, is the impression that I get from a lot of the things that I hear and see right in the religious doctrines. There's, like, for example, in Christianity, there's that concept that women can't speak unless a man speaks to them first. Now, some people say the context is only in the church. That's still a problem, even if it was only that, because that does push against equality. It's a counter to that. Islam has a similar issue where it says that in their Sharia courts that or the Islamic courts, that the women are worth half of a man. Again, that is to me sexist and misogynistic. So it's no surprise that their deities are just a male deity, a god. But under polytheistic religions like Buddhism, for example, you'll have a goddess and a god. You'll have goddesses and gods in it. The most well-known ones are the Guan Yin is a goddess, and then there's the Happy Buddha, who's the god. They are kind of a lot of monotheistic people who are into the monotheistic mindset team seem to think that they don't see them as being on the same level as their god in the monotheistic faiths, but they're, the way I see it, you've got a team of them working together. So,
Hmm.
of course, I don't believe in any gods or goddesses. I'm an atheist, as you know. I don't know if there's something you wanted to let your audience know a little bit more about me, or if you wanted me to do my own introduction.
Yeah, feel free. Yeah, for those in the audience who are not familiar with Randolph Richardson, he does activism up in Canada, atheist activism up in Canada. He is, if I remember correctly, Canadian Atheists is the group that you are the head of.
Yes.
Excellent. Yes. So the head of Canadian Atheist, Randolph, is on the road. Whenever he's out there, he's working his ass off to talk to people and introduce them these concepts, these ideas, spread critical thinking and rational, I would say, like, reasoned discourse, and engage with individuals on a level to help to answer questions as best we can and show them that that atheists are not the boogeymen, or boogie women that a lot of theistic groups would have them believe we are. We are not these godless heathens that are looking to, like, eat their babies and drink their adrenochrome and whatever, but to try and have that open discourse, that ready exchange of ideas. And I think that's extraordinarily important. And it's great that Randolph is we have Randolph kind of like representing the secular movement up in Canada, which is fantastic.
Yeah, so what you're mentioning there is the stigma and the vilification that
Yep.
does come up from some religious people. There are many religious people who don't have problems with atheists, and that's what I'm trying to encourage more of. Just so that people are aware, because an assumption is often made that uh, every atheist group is trying to eradicate religion. We're actually one of the groups that's not doing this. We're just trying to press for getting and pressure governments and encourage governments particularly Canadian government, to ensure that we have, as non-believers in any deities or not being part of any religion, that we have equal rights and equal privilege to everybody who is a theist, who is a religious person, because that's also in the Canadian Constitution, that under a section of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, section 15 is talks about no discrimination. Discrimination is prohibited, and they cite a few examples. These aren't the only things. People misread it sometimes and think those are the only criteria, but these are just examples of some criteria to get the idea across. So the idea is that if that the discrimination is prohibited if it's based on sex, if it's based on race, if it's based on whether a person is religious, and things like that. Section 2 also protects our right to associate with a group or multiple groups or not. So generally, I don't find there's discrimination coming from our government, at least our current government anyway. They're really good about this. It's sometimes there's people in businesses doing this, or an individual working at a public institution who is trying to impose their religious values into their work when they're dealing with the general public. However, our previous government, which was a conservative government, did institute a Department of Religion. And so I actually phoned up this department, and it was a federal department, and I asked them, I said, "Oh, hi, I'm an atheist. I'm wondering, what services do you have for atheists?" And I got passed around to a number of different people, and finally one person said, "Oh, we're Department of Religion. We don't serve atheists." And I thought, bingo, this is discrimination. I was kind of looking for a needle in a haystack there. But our government department is supposed to be impartial. All of them are. And this was not that sense of impartiality. So, of course, the election came up very soon after this incident. And so the Conservatives were ousted and replaced by a Liberal government. And one of the things they did fairly early on, was to dismantle the Department of Religion, because it's a complete and utter waste of taxpayer dollars. So had the Conservative government was staying in power, I would have pursued this in the courts and charged discrimination, because that is clearly a violation of our charter rights. So that was important. We did have in our law books, I think approximately 10 to 15 years ago, there was some old laws, more than 100 years old, that had a prohibition against blasphemous libel. The punishments for that could be time in prison and fines, like really high fines. We're talking in six figures. So this is, and it's not like a night in jail or something. It is a significant amount of time in prison, like a year in prison or something. It was atrocious. And somebody else, I don't know the person personally, but they started a plebiscite that went through our parliament system, and people all over Canada were voting on this. And then the interesting thing about these kinds of plebiscites is that people who are not Canadian can also vote on it. They'll get counted separately, and the reason for that, as I've thought about it over time, is that because we get people visiting our country from other places, we at least like to know what their thoughts are too. And you don't have to be a citizen to have these protections here in Canada. When it comes to democratic rights, those are for citizens. Obviously, we only have citizens voting on in elections. But as far as plebiscite goes, it was interesting seeing that. And that came up because a number of people who are outside of Canada, when I was promoting this, were wondering if they could. They say, "Oh, I'm not Canadian." I said, "I can't vote." I said, "Yeah, you can. Just specify which country you're from, or that you're not from Canada." And so people did that. But BC, the province of BC, where I'm in, was in third place for most number of votes in this plebiscite or signatures. And yeah, with signatures. Sorry, I'm saying votes. And the number 2 place, I think, was Quebec, and first place was Ontario, which has the largest population of all provinces and territories in Canada. That's where our business center of Canada is in Ontario. So anyway, in BC, I started promoting and talking to many people who I know and encouraging them to get other people to join the plebiscite and join this and get this blasphemous libel law, which is an anti-freedom law in my view, anti-free expression law, removed from the law books, from the criminal code. And over time, over the course of a month or two, the statistics changed and moved us up to position 2. We beat Quebec, so we didn't beat Ontario, but but we managed to move up. And it was kind of interesting watching the numbers. It was like a little bit of a horse race, but all the provinces and territories the numbers were increasing over time as well. So there were a lot of people promoting this. We were successful. It went through the 3 readings in our House of Commons and our Senate, and after that, it passed, and the law was removed from our law books. So blasphemous libel is no longer illegal in Canada. So there are things that do still need to be done here, but for the most part, I think it's a pretty easy battle compared to what I'm seeing in other countries. But I think this is a good time for me to be doing what I'm doing with the activism, because we don't because then these things don't have, we can hold back the potential for the anti freedom, anti atheism, anti agnosticism stuff to be we can keep it at bay and keep it from taking hold in any significant way, hopefully, with our efforts.
Awesome. Fantastic. All
And
right.
we're not trying to shut down religions or anything. We're just saying we should be on equal footing.
Absolutely. All right. So we do have someone say, I can't pronounce that name, but first person with their hand up, I see them there. And let's go ahead and invite them up to speak. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning. How's everyone?
Doing good. Doing good. Thanks so much for coming up. Do you have a name that we can call you?
You can call me Starlin.
Sorry, say it again.
Starlin.
You said Tarlin?
Starlin. I'll type in the
Starlit.
chat.
Starting with a star, as in the sun.
Like this. I type in the chat.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
So, what do you got for us today? Starlin, what do you got for us today?
So,
Oh, Starlim. I'm sorry, I see the spelling there.
Yep.
Yeah. I'd like to touch on the point where he said Islam is anti-feminist.
I didn't say anti-feminist. I said that it was. I find it sexist because they have this idea that women are worth half the value of a man.
See, I'm going to refute your point in
Okay,
two
go ahead.
examples. Okay. It's not that women are worth half of a man. What you're mentioning is in Sharia court, where their testimony is worth half, and that's only in financial matters. But when it has to do with like matters like sexual matters or matters that have to do with theft, actually it's equal to a man's vote. And the issue with the financial thing was because at the time women had a lot less education than a man, and that's why they had half the vote of a man.
So all women had. So the belief is that all women had less education than all men, and so was that approximately half the amount of education of men?
I would say at the time they had pretty much no education. It was in the 7th century, keep in mind. So they didn't have financial education. But of course, like in eyewitness testimony, for example, in sexual matters or theft, obviously they had the same vote as a man or the same eyewitness testimony as a man.
Okay, so the problem is though that the discrimination is still part of the religion. It's still there, or has the Quran been updated since to correct this now that women are more educated?
The Quran can't be updated, but there are some scholars now saying that because women are more educated now, that they are able to get the same vote as a man.
So why is it that the Quran can't be updated if it's actually wrong?
Because it's a textbook, and you're not allowed to change it, right? It's not like a ongoing progressive thing. We try to stick to the roots of the rules of it.
So it's not progressive. And so the sexism is still there. I'll grant you that, let's say, grant you that it's only on financial matters, which I don't believe is true, but that's beside the point. I'll just go along with that and accept that for sake of argument. That is still discriminatory, and that is still putting women in a lower position than men, and it's arbitrary. And the fact that you've agreed with me that it is wrong, because there are women who are educated just like men now today, and I would say in many cases there are women who are educated better than men, especially in areas of specialization. You're going to find men and women who are specialists in things and better educated than the people who aren't, and so that's just reality. The Quran, you're saying, can't be updated. It's not progressive. Why is it not progressive? Why is it that it can't be updated and then people are expected to follow it?
Because the word of God should not be changed, right? And also, we have to take in the context of the time that the Quran was being written in or done in. When God gave his word, it was the 7th century, right? That was a time when women did not have education. That was a time when women stayed at home, and in Europe they were being deemed witches and being stoned to death. So actually, I would say Quran gave them rights at the time. At that time, they were actually treated as property, and when Islam came, it gave it rights. It told them that yes, they're humans. You should not treat them like that, right? So within that context, within the time, you can argue that actually it was progressive for the time, and it did give them rights.
Is there something in the Quran that says that the women having half the value of a man at that time is only specifically for that time? Is like something that explicitly states that, or is that something that people have to say and come up with this idea separate from the Quran that it only applies at that time?
Again, it's not that women are half the value of a man. It's their eyewitness testimony within financial.
That's what I meant. I'll
Yeah,
go with that. Sure. But
yeah.
is there something in the Quran that specifies the time frame?
No, but we all know that the Quran was written in that time frame, and you can
Oh,
use
yeah.
logic.
We know it was
You
written
can,
in, but I'm wondering, like, if there's like this is the perfect word of God,
yeah,
right? And so if it's perfect, then I would expect that it would say, well, this is only going to be valid for the next 200 years or something like that. There's no passage in there following that, so people are expected to treat it as the perfect word of God even today then?
yeah. Well, again, you have to take in the context of when it was written, right?
But
So, for
well,
example,
hang on. I gotta jump in here on this one. So, I the problem is that you have a book, right? And you're referring to context specific things that can be, when it's context specific, that's literally just a code for it can be interpreted in a number of ways. Now, while I do agree with you that modern presentations of Islam are far better than ancient presentations of Islam, or what we would say orthodox presentations of Islam. Okay, but the reality of it is there are Muslim groups that do adhere to these things that relegate women as essentially second class citizens. They do not have as much access. They do not have as many. They do not have like the equal representation. That there are limitations that are placed upon them within society, things that they cannot do that men can by virtue of their sex. Okay. So those things exist. And those things are backed by a number of Muslim groups who hold themselves as being more traditionalist or more purist or orthodox when it comes to the Quran and the writings in the Quran. Regardless of the context, it allows for that interpretation. Now, I agree with you that not all Muslims are like that. I agree with you on that. They're not. We see a lot of progressive action in a lot of different countries. But there are still countries that don't have that. All right? So, the problem being is that the common denominator is Islam. So just because you interpret the book a different way doesn't mean that the other way, the people interpreting it like the more orthodox or traditional way, it doesn't invalidate how they're interpreting it, because you still are working from the same foundation. You're just like choosing to look at it from a different context that's more acceptable these days, because we understand things better about who women are, what they bring to the table, as far as like the social circles like that. We understand these things better. We understand what works better for a more progressive and more successful society. Okay, but some groups don't see it that way. Now, you can't argue from context because you're not changing the source. So, would it not be in your best interest for a more progressive vision of Islam to basically change the source to justify what you already understand to be better?
That would go against the religion, right? Like, you can't change the word of God,
Well,
right? God said it.
but you're technically already doing that, aren't you? Because you're interpreting it in a context that is not held by ancient standards. You're changing the interpretation of the religion. But you
You're
could
not changing the interpretation. You're interpreting it in the modern sense, not
no,
at the time it was
that's still a
interpreted.
change, because you have the ancient version, you have the contemporary version, you have the classical interpretation and the contemporary interpretation. Those are two different interpretations. One allows for a more progressive view of women and their roles, and the other one does not. Okay, so yes, it is a change in interpretation. It is ostensibly you are changing the interpretation of the religion. Now, you could alter what the book says in order to justify more readily, so it is your position, so that it's not context dependent. Because context dependent, if you're arguing context dependent, then that's just subjective. I could literally just say, as like an orthodox like an Orthodox Muslim could just come along and say, "No, you're not a real Muslim because you're not interpreting it the way it's meant to be interpreted." Well, what justification does he have to say that? Right? So now you're just arguing over like no true Scotsman, like like who's the true Scotsman here? So this would necessitate, technically, for your progressive vision, or the progressive vision of Islam, to move forward, you would have to change the source in order to justify your more progressive stance. Otherwise, you're going to be in
Well,
the stalemate.
why would I have to change source for my own interpretation, though?
Okay, but that's because I can, because as if I was an Orthodox Muslim, I could just come along and say, "Nope, you're interpreting it wrong."
I'm sorry, your mic cut on.
Because
Yeah,
because
your microphone cut out for me too, JL.
because I can be because I could be an Orthodox Muslim and I could come along and say, "No, you're just interpreting it wrong."
See, then those are the people, right, that should be seeking scholarly knowledge on this, right?
Okay, but there are some scholars that agree with that as well.
Right,
There are,
and
you know as well as I do. So
over time they will conform to modern day society.
okay, but maybe not. That's not a guarantee. You can't guarantee that they'll all just come around and eventually, make their way back to modern thought. We don't see that in history. History does not let we see ebbs and flows. We even see, times in history where the powers that be drag shit back to the dark ages. There's always going to be that group that's going to be willing to try and drag things back to a more primitive time. Okay, so in the meantime, you're going to be stuck in the stalemate of no true Scotsman. Who's the true Muslim here? And that's problematic. That's where the conflict comes from. So, I mean,
It's not about who's the true Muslim. Islam is very simple, right? You have the 5 pillars, and if you do all of that, then you're good, right?
it's not about who's a
And
true Muslim. So obviously,
everything else would be interpreted as pretty much extra, right? As long as you stick to your 5 pillars, then you're good.
yeah, but
If you stay away
that's
from haram,
that's your interpretation.
how's that my interpretation?
Because there are groups out there. There are Muslim terrorist organizations that are running on interpretations of the Quran that you don't agree with. But they believe
Okay,
that they are fully justified.
how's that my fault that they
Because
interpret things that way?
because
Hang on, we're not blaming you.
Yeah, we're not blaming
This
you.
is the problem
Yeah.
with the religion.
Yeah, exactly. It's not a blaming of you. It's simply looking at it as like you have terrorist groups that are running off of an interpretation of the Quran. Okay, you say they're wrong, but they're going to say you're wrong. You're not a real Muslim because you're interpreting it in this kind of Western progressivism style that was never intended by Muhammad. So you both have like arguments. The problem is neither one of you has a justification for that because it's context dependent. And being context dependent means it's mind dependent. There's no objective way to interpret the Quran in the absolute way it was meant to be interpreted. It is that vague. That's the problem. And it's not just, it doesn't just exist for you. It exists for the Bible as well. Okay, this is a major problem with the Bible. We call it called the problem of hermeneutics. Okay, the problem of hermeneutics is how you interpret the Bible, like what methodology you're using to interpret the Bible. And we get to everything from the Bible is 100% absolutely literal to literally you only need to follow like the passages in a few books of the Bible to be a true Christian. We have it like you can take out all the things out of the Bible except keep a few passages out of the Gospels, out of the Synoptic Gospels, and then you could be a true Christian. So like that's the entire spectrum of biblical interpretation. The same thing goes for the Quran.
I see.
Yeah.
So you're saying religion should be what, like, changed, and the text should be changed?
I'm saying that yes, absolutely. I'm saying that people should not be afraid to change these things to support a position that they know objectively is better for society in accomplishing those goals. If the goal is to be progressive, to allow for equal representation, to allow for equal rights, to allow for equality across gender, to reduce and diminish discrimination. If that is the goal, then there are certain things that must take place that are objectively true in accordance with accomplishing that goal. Having a one source that you can justify these things from is one thing you can do to accomplish that goal. Okay, so yes, it could be changed. Why would you be afraid to change it? Because if the goal is to bring people together in harmony and create that equal foundation for everybody, and changing the Quran would be a step towards doing that, towards justifying that new position, a progressive step. If that's the goal, then why would Allah have a problem with that?
A problem with changing his word?
Changing the text in order to ensure that that is the goal that is attained.
But the text is his word, right?
Well, I mean, you have that on like, the church fathers and Muhammad saying that. But that's taking it on faith that Muhammad got it totally right. But apparently he didn't, because he wrote it down so vaguely and was so open to interpretation, that the context is so open to interpretation that now you have multiple different interpretations of the Quran and nobody knows which one is the correct one because none of you can justify it.
It's because of the concept called jihad, which is you're supposed to use your own reasoning and the context within the Quran to give out rulings, right?
If it's the perfect word of God, then why should anyone need to use any reasoning and judge it?
Right. If it's perfect,
because God doesn't send you updates every 100 years.
Why not? Is there something that bars God from being able to do that?
It sounds like there's a problem with God. It's as if he wants to keep everyone in the Dark Ages.
Why?
No, I think he's giving us all a test.
Why would God need to test us?
A test
to see if we're able to go to heaven.
Is he?
Or...
Sorry, is he not omniscient? Does he not know everything?
Yes.
Yes, he doesn't know, or yes, he does know.
Yes, he does know everything.
But here's the problem. No, here's the problem.
I'm sorry. Then he doesn't need to test us. He already knows.
Yeah. What's the point of a test?
Because then, if you just pop up in hell, you'd be like, "Why am I here?" Right?
What's the purpose of hell?
Well, that's where an instruction manual can come in pretty handy. Someone goes to hell, they can sit in a room and study an instruction manual until they're done, then go to hell. But that should be doable if he's omnipotent. He is all powerful, right?
You have free will, right?
I'm asking. Sorry, I was asking you, is your God omnipotent? Is your God all powerful?
Yes.
Okay, then there'd be no problem for him to do that, and he's omniscient, so he'll know how to write it, so a person will understand it. he could have a waiting area, something like limbo, where you have to read this instruction manual on what's happening, giving you an update on why you're going to hell, and then once you finish reading that, off to hell you go. He could have set something up like that. Why didn't he?
Wouldn't you see it unfair if you just popped up in hell and you got an instruction by God that, oh, I did this, this, and that, but I never even got to do it in the first place, right?
No, no,
Like,
no, no. The question is, what is the purpose of hell? Why does it even exist? Why does it need to exist?
because you created choices that made you go to hell.
Really?
Like,
So what created the logical? So here's the problem: if there are certain choices that can lead me to that, in order for me to make a choice that where evil is the logically possible outcome, then the conditions that allow for that possible outcome must exist beforehand. Okay, for evil to be possible, then the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes must first exist. Who created those conditions?
your society around you did, right?
No, what created them initially? Like as far as like the universe, what created them initially?
God created the universe
Why?
so he can test us.
Why test us? What's the purpose? What's the point?
So you can see the choices that you made that led you to where your afterlife will be.
That is understanding that the God could have given to me without having to go through the rigmarole.
I'm sorry, your mic cut out again.
That is a level of understanding that the God could have given to me. That's a level of understanding that the God could have given to me without having to go through the entire rigmarole. I
Hi,
could have been.
Jill.
I could.
Your microphone got better for a moment there. It was perfect for a bit, nice and loud. Now your voice is faded again.
That is a level of understanding that the God could have given to me without having to go through all the rigmarole. There's like literally, there's no reason for it at all.
So let's imagine you're in a class, right?
Uh-huh.
Your teacher already knows the grade that you're gonna get, right?
Mm-hmm.
But for no reason, she gives you an F, and then you're gonna be like, "That's not even fair. I didn't even get to do the test," right?
But that's not the situation with it. But that's not comparable. That's not comparable to the situation because the teacher is not the omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, whatever entity. Okay, that's not
Uh,
comparable. We're talking about we're talking about the entity that instantiated everything. Okay.
I I think what he's comparing is that the teacher's just giving the F without an explanation, like God is sending people to hell without an explanation.
Why send
So
them to hell at all?
apparently, that am I correct in understanding that what you're trying to say is that the test helps to inform people why they're going to hell? Is that right?
Yeah. So because for example you didn't study, you got an F, right? But you had a choice to study and you didn't do that.
But
So
why?
then because you got an
But
F and failed the
but a
class, now you
test,
understand why.
getting someone to take a test is not a really great way to inform them. A test is something that helps you to understand and gauge how well they know the subject matter. If you want to communicate to somebody why they failed, and my high school English teacher did this for me. He wrote a whole bunch of notes in the margin on so I'd get the grade, but then I'd also see all these notes in the margin. I could understand why I got the grade that I did because he was showing where things needed to be improved and where things were just completely wrong, or where things could be a little bit better. And the notes were very helpful to me. So it wasn't the test that informed me. The test informed him so that he could give me more guidance and he could give me like a memorandum in the form of notes and a margin in this case. But he's able to communicate to me and tell me specifically what I need to do to improve. If I'm to take the test again in the future, then I'll be able to score better because I will have corrected these things, hopefully. So the test really is not informative to the people taking the test. It is what needs to happen is some follow up that says, okay, here's where you fell down in the test, and here's what you need to do to pick yourself up so that you can retake the test and hopefully do better after you've studied and focused and practiced in these particular areas.
Right, but the point that Warren was trying to make was that, oh, why don't we all just get an F for no reason, right?
No, that's not the point I was trying to make at all.
You were trying to say that why doesn't God just send us to hell and give us an instruction?
No, why didn't God just send everybody to heaven?
Because some people just aren't good people, right?
Well, what? Who made them?
God?
So why didn't he make them good people?
God doesn't create them bad or evil. You're born sinless. You're born
Okay, so why?
a completely normal
Okay,
person.
so this goes back to the original question. Why do the logical? Why do the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes exist?
These are your choices that created those evil outcomes.
No. Logic. Okay, for outcomes to have evil, for actions to give to lend to evil outcomes, the conditions must first exist. When your God created everything, why did it create the conditions that allow for the logical possibility of evil outcomes?
Again, that's your choice, right? So some people have the choice to do something bad.
In order for evil to be a choice, to be a logical possibility, the conditions must first exist to allow for that. Because
Right.
you can have free will and have multiple good options. You don't need evil to justify free will.
Everyone encounters evil at some point in their life, correct?
But why?
Why does everyone encounter evil?
Why does it exist at all?
Because of other people. Because of what the choices of other people made.
Why does the logical possibility of evil exist at all? Why does it exist? Why is it possible for evil to exist in this universe? Why did your God create this universe where evil is a logical possibility?
Because it's a part of the test.
Why test us? There's no point to the test.
To see where you're going in the afterlife.
Why not just make us there in the afterlife, understanding what it wants us to understand and knowing what it wants us to know?
Because some people are just not going to make good choices.
That is incorrect, because for them to not make good choices, the conditions must first exist that allow for those bad choices to be a logical possibility. Those conditions don't have to exist. Nothing necessitates that they must exist. Therefore, they exist because your God wants them to exist. So why would your God do it anyway? That's the problem.
So let me give you an example, right? Would you be okay with, for example, racism being in heaven?
Why would racism need to be in heaven?
Because some people are going to want that.
But your
heaven.
God created why would they want it to be in heaven? That doesn't make any sense.
What?
Racism exists. Okay, racism itself exists here as a human construct. If we're all created in heaven, knowing what we want to, knowing what the God wants us to know, and understanding what the God wants us to understand, why would racism be a thing?
So you're saying if we were all just in heaven, why wouldn't God just create us there?
Right,
That
exactly.
defeats the whole point. That defeats the whole point of testing us.
What point? Why does an infinite, eternal, omnipotent, whatever being need to test omniscient, whatever? Why does it need to test us? What is it getting out of it?
It's seeing what you're going to do, right?
So it's an experiment at our so it's an experiment at our expense.
But if it's omniscient, it should already know what's going to happen.
The omniscience thing, sure, it would already know what's going to happen, but irrelevant. The test makes no sense unless it's just an experiment at our expense.
It's not an experiment at your expense.
Why is it testing us then?
Okay, so what's your point? What's your ideal view of how God in heaven should have created us?
Literally, I've already stated it that it can create us in heaven, knowing what it wants us to know and understanding what it wants us to understand equally with free will. That is possible.
I see. And who says you deserve heaven?
If I'm just created there, then the deserve has nothing to do with it. Why do I have to deserve to go there when it can logically just create me there?
This is like saying, why don't we all get A in class for no reason?
No, it's not. You're now appealing back to the human experience. I'm asking you why this omnipotent, omniscient entity, what bars it? What makes it a not logical possibility that it could just create all human beings in heaven?
Okay, what stops you from not just getting an A in every class for no reason, right?
That is
Why are you
referencing
not getting
that
tested to go there?
no, that's a category error. I'm not addressing the human experience. I am addressing what is it that dictates that your God cannot create all human beings in heaven?
Again, who says you deserve to be in heaven?
If I'm just made to be there, then deserve has nothing to do with it.
So you're saying you should just be there and that's it?
Yes, all humans should.
Some people should not deserve to be in heaven. I
Wait,
think
wait,
we
wait,
can
wait.
both
If they're
agree on that.
created to be in heaven, if they're just created to be in heaven, how could they not deserve to be there? They're created to be there.
And some people are there, like angels.
No, why didn't he do that with humans?
You have a choice when you're born, and it was before you were born. It was to either be an angel and not have free will, or be a human and have free will.
So we have a choice before we're born.
Yes.
And so we have a choice before we're born. So let me just break this. Let me just understand this real quick. We have a choice before we're born. We have a choice before we're born. So at one point we were in heaven and we chose to either be an angel or be a human.
Yes.
And then we chose to be a human, knowing full well that God would that Allah was real, heaven was real, all that stuff. But when we became human, we knew that we were going to lose all that knowledge.
Yes.
And so
We
wait. Allah knows this. Allah knows that when these entities choose to be human instead of angel, they're going to lose all that knowledge. And then I'm going to judge them harshly and send them to hell, despite the fact that I made them up here. And I know the circumstance that they're working under, that they're going to lose all this knowledge. And then when they as humans can't rationalize the system that's being put forward to them, they're going to go to hell for that, even though they're working with the best tools they have and are making the most honest decision possible. I'm still going to send them to
again,
hell. That makes no sense.
you're misinterpreting me. What I was telling you was that you had a choice to either have free will as an angel,
Okay.
and not have free will as an angel, or have free will as a human. And you picked
the free
to
will
have free
thing.
will
No,
as a human.
the free will thing is irrelevant because it's not free will if hell is a threat.
It's not free will if hell's a threat?
Yes, because it's literally just a choice with a metaphysical gun to your head. That's all it is. If I give you option A and option B, and I say you can choose between option A and option B freely, but then if you start looking at B, so I say here's your choices, A or B. You can choose either one, but then I put a gun to your head and I say, and that's what happens when you choose option B. Do you have free will?
Yes, you do. You have
Really?
the choice to do good on Earth.
No. I put the gun to your head and say, this is what happens when you choose B. Is that an informed free decision?
Yes.
No, because the gun acts as an impediment to that option.
That assumes that the person wants to live or whatever. So
you know what was going to happen, right? You knew that you were going to be born, right?
That's
and it was your choice to do all the choices that you made during your life.
That is called coercion. Actually, technically,
that's not coercion.
Yes, it is. When you put a negative impediment on a particular action, it no longer becomes free because you are swaying them via negative reinforcement to choose one action over another. You are tipping the scales on that. When you tip the scales in the direction, that's not
made that action freely, correct?
The problem is that there is not enough information. There's not enough evidence. There's no sufficient evidence for me to decide any other way. I have to suspend my critical faculties to decide in the favor of your position.
It is a coerced decision. It's a coerced choice.
Well, what are you trying to say? Are you saying because you didn't know, for example, about the correct rules or whatever, that's why you're going to hell?
No, I'm saying that there is nothing that justifies thinking that this thing even exists at all. That it's literally made up by human beings.
Okay.
And there is
Everyone
a
has a
coercive element.
test, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't just say, oh, this person is going to hell or this person is going to heaven. At the end of the day, no one knows who's going to hell or who's going to heaven.
Well, how about this? There's nothing that dictates to Allah that anyone should go anywhere. Allah dictates that. So why doesn't Allah just make everybody in human and make everybody in heaven, knowing what it wants us to know? What's the logical path? What is it that dictates to Allah that it cannot make all humans in heaven, understanding what it wants us to understand and knowing what it wants us to know?
So you're saying God
No,
should
no,
have
no.
just made us
Answer the
all up here?
question. Answer the question. What is it that
No.
dictates to Allah that it cannot do this?
Allah can do anything that He wants.
Okay.
And
So you're saying nothing exists to dictate that Allah cannot make human beings in heaven knowing what it wants us to know and understanding what it wants us to understand.
yeah,
So why doesn't it?
God only knows that.
So appeal to mystery.
I'm
You're just
not lying to
you're
you.
just gonna accept that there's a metaphysical gun to your head and you're just gonna choose to act in a certain way because you've been extorted to act that way.
Yeah, and again, we all have our tests,
Wow.
right? We were all put in different situations.
I accept your
And-
answer of yes, by the way.
Yes.
Okay.
Just as long as we're intellectually honest here. I mean, that's the whole point.
Yeah.
So
As long as we know what we're gonna end, as long as we know what the correct choices are,
Well,
right?
no,
Or
I mean-
whatever correct choice that you think that you have, then you're going more likely to go to heaven. As long as what
Well, I
you
wouldn't
think
want to
is
go to
right.
heaven. I wouldn't want to go to heaven anyway. I mean, neither place
You would not want to go to heaven?
neither place exists, but nonetheless, I would not want to go there because heaven would be akin to hell.
It'd
Akin
probably
to
be
hell.
worse.
Yes, it
And
is.
worse.
It is akin to hell. What do you? I mean, what? Okay, what the hell do you think? Like heaven is? Is it heaven is an eternal existence? Correct.
Heaven's what?
Heaven is an eternal existence, right?
Yeah.
Why would I ever want to exist eternally?
I don't know. That's your choice.
What? No, but why would I want to? It's not a
Because
choice.
if
It's not a
everything-
choice.
it's
literally a logical option.
I
don't
see
want to
what you're
exist
saying.
eternally.
Why you don't want to exist eternally? That's what
I
you're saying.
don't want to exist eternally because eternal existence renders everything meaningless.
No, it doesn't. You
Yes,
can
it
have
does.
whatever you want in life.
No, no, wait,
over
no,
there.
no. If I'm
Everything's perfect.
no. If I'm existing eternally in heaven, at some point, okay, eternally, dude. We're not talking like we're talking like if you could conceptualize septillions of septillions of septillions of years, and that is literally a heartbeat in the face of eternity. What the hell am I going to do for eternity?
Whatever you want to do.
But there's only finite number of things that I can do.
No, there isn't.
Yes,
in
there
heaven,
is.
You can in heaven. There's infinite things to do.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. It's your human mind cannot even comprehend what you could do in
So
heaven.
this is just
That's the
appeal.
thing.
This is just appealing to mystery. It
This
doesn't
is not
matter. And
appealing
it
to
doesn't matter.
mystery.
It
It's
doesn't
simple as
matter.
that.
Eternal
You think people 600
existence.
years ago could
Eternal
imagine
existence
the world
somewhere
today?
else. Eternal existence somewhere else renders this entire experience here on this earth meaningless.
The average king 500 years ago could not even comprehend the luxury that we have today. So it's just just compare that to heaven, right?
I have a question about your heaven. So, if a person goes to heaven, do they still have the memories of their trauma and they can think back on that? Can they, if they see somebody else who wronged them up in heaven, are they able to take vengeance?
No, they can't. They don't remember their past life.
They don't remember.
So it's not even me.
Okay, so by not remembering, the problem with that,
choose to remember
they're
like
not,
the good things.
they're not themselves. That's the problem with heaven. That's why it's not as good, because in hell they don't lose those memories, do they?
What I'm trying to tell you is that they could choose or have the good memories that they had, but all the trauma and all that stuff, the bad things, will be gone, right?
I understand that. I understand, but in hell they don't lose all that, do they?
I'm not sure about that.
Yeah. So my understanding is because hell's supposed to be torture, they're not
Yeah.
losing their traumatic memories. But the good and the bad, the fabulous and the evil, these are the things in our lives that make up our life experience, and which our personalities and our self identities are based on, and are strongly influential in who we are and how we deal with things, and how we handle adversity as well as the good things in our lives. That they make up who we are, a big part of who we are. And if we go to heaven and we've lost a bunch of this stuff, then we're not fully ourselves. We're not fully whole once we're in heaven. I know myself pretty well, I think. And I wouldn't want to lose even the bad experiences I've had, because would I have preferred not to have experienced them? Sure. But now that I have, and I've gone through the process of growing past those, and coping with them, and trying to make my life better, dealing with that adversity, that's character. And how people handle adversity, these are very important memories for us. These inform us on how to navigate the world and how to navigate our lives. And so when we end up in a place where we can't remember those things, we lose all that value. We lose all that self-value, and it cuts against our sense of self, and our sense of self-value. So I feel like heaven doesn't sound like the greatest place to me. I'd rather go to hell and retain all that memory instead of be in heaven and not know really who I am and feel lost.
That's the big kicker.
Again,
That's the big kicker. Like, if it's not me that's going, why would I want to go there?
I mean, it's your soul. It's you that is going, right?
No, it's not.
But
Because no, it's not. Because
No.
if there are aspects
No.
of myself that are being stripped away, then it's not me.
That's right. It's a part of me. It's not the whole me. I want the whole me there. I want the full memory. And I don't want to see people who are who've committed some atrocious acts up there in heaven. That won't be heavenly to me. That'll be another form of hell then. I don't care if they repented.
again, I'm sure, like, whatever you want up there, you will have it. But let's say you're using your point of view, right?
I want everyone released from hell. How's that?
That you can't have.
Okay,
so I can't have anything I want. There's limits.
So, and how about this, dude? How about, let me just throw this one at you, because this is what I typically this is what I typically utilize when I'm talking to Christians. If I'm aware that not all my loved ones are in heaven, if I'm aware that some of them are in hell, how could it ever be a heaven?
I'm sure you wouldn't know or remember them.
I wouldn't remember them. So I'm going to, take my mother. My mother is a devout believer. Okay. I'm not. I'm an atheist. So my mother's going to forget me.
Again, I'm sure there's something about that, but yeah, probably.
So your God's more moral position is to have my mother forget one of her children to justify, or to enable her to be happy in heaven.
I'm sure in septillions of years that will become irrelevant, right?
Wow.
It wouldn't be to me. If I could remember it, I'd still want to see these people again that I know. I'd still want to see the family cats. Or do cats go to heaven?
Yeah. You can have your pets and everything. They go to heaven.
And so if my cat's in heaven and my neighbor's got a bird, and will the cat be able to hunt that bird in heaven?
No, everyone lives in peace in heaven.
Oh, okay. So the cat doesn't even get to exercise his or her own nature then. I can't exercise my own nature either, can I?
I'm sure cats' nature would be a bit different in heaven.
So we're changed when we go up there, including the cats, including the humans, including everything else.
Yeah, you're not your human. I mean, what you would call human here. You'd be a completely different thing over there, but you still retain your soul.
So basically, what this sounds like to me, that your God doesn't care about who I am, who I grew to become. And that sounds highly disrespectful to me. I want no part of that. I don't want to be anywhere close to somebody who doesn't respect me. I don't
Right.
want to spend septillions of years with them, let alone 1 year.
Again, that's your choice in this world, right?
No. Hang on.
Apparently it's
That's not
not.
about. It's not about Randolph's choice. That's literally stating, I don't want to hang out for eternity with an immoral agent.
Oh, it's somebody who doesn't respect me for
Yeah.
what I've developed into. Like, I'm told here that on Earth, that everybody, God is caring and loving and wants the best for his children. We're all his children, apparently looks down on us. But then when we get to heaven, it sounds like we lose all that. That respect is gone. We're not allowed to be ourselves anymore.
I see. So your point is that you're not yourself, and that you don't like that you're not yourself.
Yeah, I of course, who doesn't want to be who they are, right? But there's certain things that people would like more, because that's a natural human desire. But what you're offering is taking a whole bunch of stuff away from me, stuff that I've earned, stuff that I've gone through, all kinds of things. I've experienced trauma. I've experienced many good things that some other people might think are bad. And if your God thinks these things are bad and should not be part of my life experience, how am I going to be able to be a decent person, based on the things that make me worthy of going to heaven in the first place if those things get stripped away? Like, this is strange.
Yeah, like what's like that whole thing about like the eternal existence rendering everything in this life meaningless, like rendering everything in this life meaningless. Wow. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm looking at my mic levels on my computer, and they are literally jumping from 100
It is.
down. It's weird.
Yeah.
Why is it
We're
doing that?
hearing that too, by the way. So it's probably an accurate representation.
But anyway,
Something else.
so what's the but ultimately what's the point? Like if they're like this eternal existence like this renders everything meaningless.
Yeah. So here it is. I've gone through my life. I've dealt with adversity. I've dealt with good things. I've helped people. I've not been so nice to a few people throughout history. I regret that. But these things have caused me to think about, but the majority of things, I think I'm pretty nice to people. The majority of things are, all these things make up who I am. The things that I know were wrong that I've done in the past, I've learned from them, and I've decided to correct that in the future. And the things that have done very well and helped people and that I've found to be good things, I want to continue to do those things in the future. So these things are part of learning, part of growing up, part of making us who we are. And we go up to this heaven and a bunch of that stuff gets stripped away. We lose that wisdom, we lose that knowledge, we lose that sense of self, because these are things, some of these lessons are really hard to get through, because that's just life, and everybody experiences different things in different ways and copes with them differently. That's what makes it wonderful. Is, in a way, it almost sounds like so much stuff's being stripped away that everybody's almost the same, which sounds extremely boring.
It can't be boring if you have the infinite possibilities of getting everything that's amazing for you, right?
So if I want to, if I'm in heaven and I want to be surrounded by a whole bunch of beautiful women all the time, will I be able to have that?
Yeah.
All right, and they love to wear bikinis all the time, and that's it. And it's nice sunny weather all the time. That's okay in heaven.
Yeah.
And how will I be able to appreciate that if a whole bunch of my past experiences are lost?
You can, okay, so you're saying because you don't have your past experiences or your past hard work to get there, then that's lost?
That is a loss, because that's hard work. I want to retain my memories of the things that I've gone through in my life. It's that's valuable to me.
They're what
I'm
make
sure
they're,
you'll
they're what
remember
make they're what make
the
us
good
who we
parts.
are.
I'm sure you'll remember like the good parts that you want to remember. Like I
I
said,
want to remember it all, because the bad parts as well as the good parts are what are the culmination of my life experience that make me who I am.
then
Take
I'm
half
sure
of
you
that
can
away
have
and
that
I'm
if
not the
you
same
ask for
person
it.
anymore.
Then I'm sure you can have that if you ask for it, right?
Oh, I have to ask for it. First it gets stripped away, then I have to ask for it back.
like if you listen, so basically the way that it works is like before you even think about something, you already have it, right? So you wouldn't even have to like ask for it. You just even like when the need is there, just it'd be there before you could even imagine.
How will, if my bad memories are stripped away, how will I know what memories that I need back?
God knows what you want.
Then why is he stripping them away in the first place?
I'm sure he's not stripping it away for
No,
everyone.
okay,
Right?
think about this carefully. You said that when we go up to heaven, those bad memories are stripped away from us. Not in so many words, but that's what it meant. So if that's the
I'm
case,
sure it depends on the character. Like at the end of the day, we don't know like God's plan, right? But I'm sure it depends on the character. Where it's like
apparently you do.
if you want to retain certain things, I'm sure you'll have that.
So if we don't know God's plan, then how do you know he's going to strip these things away from us when we go to heaven?
This is what I've been taught.
Been taught by who? People who know God's plan?
No, about what's said in the Quran and the Hadith and these things.
Which Quran, by the way? I know that there's over 100 different versions of the Quran now that have been
There's only
discovered.
one Quran.
Ah, okay.
Oh well, at this point, I mean, I think that we're at a level where, I mean, I think we're at a point where we're kind of going in a circle at this
Yeah.
I think
stage.
so too. Yeah.
We're not getting anywhere. There's been enough appeals to mystery and appeals to magic and a bunch of post hoc rationalizations to try and get around the obvious logical issues that we are bringing up. I understand, Star, that you take a lot of this on faith, and that's fine. But these kind of questions are important. Critical thinking is important in this respect. So at this point, I think that we can move on to someone else who has
Wait.
Yeah.
I just hang on. I'm just
Go ahead.
thinking.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I think delving into the losing things being stripped away from us was an interesting conversation, conversational point, and I'm wondering if Starlam just wants to comment a little bit on this before he goes. Is that okay with you, JL?
Yeah, go for it.
Give him a minute or two. Is that okay, Starlam?
Yeah. Thank you. I listen. I wouldn't say I'm the most knowledgeable person, but I do see your points. Even though I might not agree with them, I'll agree to disagree. It was a nice intellectual exercise to talk with you guys, and you're encouraging me more to delve deep so I can answer you guys' questions in the future.
Cool. Awesome.
Hey, thank you. I do enjoy the back and forth with you as well. So thank you, and I'm sure JL did as well.
Yeah. Have a good day, guys.
You too, bud. Take care. Oh, before we bring someone up, this is so weird. Like, okay, so I looked into Discord, and you can hear it. The adjustments in my microphone right now. I have my level bar pulled up on Microsoft, right? And as I'm speaking, I'm watching it automatically adjust down.
You're not using CrowdStrike, are you?
No.
The recent problems they had with CrowdStrike. Yeah.
So like
no, I'm kidding.
I'm watching my level. Like right now, it just jumped from 94 to 73 to 65. You hear me going, it's weird.
Why have you tried plugging it into a different USB port? So while he does that, I'm just going to say, like, this idea of heaven, this is not unique to Islam. It comes up more prominently, I find, with Christianity, that the idea is you lose the bad memories when you're up in heaven. You're just in a state of bliss. And to me, that's losing a big part of myself intellectually, my memories and all this stuff. It's a very important part of each of us. Our memories are a huge part of what makes us who we are, at least from the intellectual side. And the bad memories are just as important as the good memories. We prefer to focus on the things that make us happy, and that's a good thing in general. But we can also learn a lot from the bad things that have happened to us. And a simple example of a bad thing that gives us learning opportunities is when we're children and we're playing in the playground and we move too hastily and fall off the monkey bars and feel some pain when we hit the ground. We know the next time we have to get better at our aim when grabbing the next monkey bar and trying again, hopefully. Not everybody will try again. Some will take the lesson and and regard it very simply as something they should not do, while others will think, oh, okay, we need to do this differently, or we need to improve how we're going about this, or whatever. So how we deal with adversity does say a lot about who we are as well. And there are healthy and unhealthy ways to deal with things, and we can learn from all of it. So, and I'm not trying to encourage people to go through the negative experiences, but I do think that there is value that we can take from our life experiences. And somebody just arbitrarily cutting a bunch of it out is an assault on our very being.
All right, let me see this real quick. Okay, so Bree
Your audio
is
is much better now, JL.
okay. It's right now, but it's still going down. See, okay, so
yeah, you're fading slightly.
yeah, so Bree is telling me that I've never had this issue before, like ever. This has never been a problem.
Yeah, and it happened before we were live as well.
I don't have a webcam mic. I've never had this issue before, ever.
Oh, I didn't say you had a webcam mic.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to somebody in my live chat. My bad.
Yeah, no, I have a Blue Yeti mic next to me here. I'm not using the microphone built into my computer.
Okay, hang on a sec. Let me try this. Hang on a sec. Audio. If let me see. Nope. Let's do.
So I know we're live right now. Did you want me to talk a little more while you work that out, or? You're coming in through clear so far. Okay, cool. Okay, I can still hear you, which is good. You're okay here.
How about now?
I can hear you fine. I'm just going to read a comment from Catholic Traditionalist here.
Yeah, go for it.
The live chat on Discord. He's writing, both Randolph and Warren got destroyed by Darth Dawkins, and somebody already put a laughing face beside it. Don't worry, people are laughing at the comment.
That's hilarious. Okay, hang on a second.
Okay, now, if you weren't destroyed, great. I will say that I don't think I won with Darth Dawkins on multiple occasions, but the main reason for that is because the conversation keeps getting cut short by him.
Right. Okay. I need a second. My StreamYard and Discord or go StreamYard. That's never happened before. That StreamYard and Discord are fighting for the same microphone. That has never happened. That is like brand new.
Well, your sound is more consistent now, which is really good. So, at least on this end.
Oh God, that is so annoying. Okay, now I'm coming through on StreamYard, but okay, so let me do this.
So there's a response in the text chat here from Planar to the Catholic Traditionalist that reads, Darth Dawkins gets wrecked daily and runs away with his tail between his legs. There's perspectives on both sides.
Oh, this is okay. This is great. Okay, let me do this real quick. 1 second.
Sure thing. Yeah,
I'm going to bring someone up new, and
Future Night was waiting the longest, I think.
Yep, Future Nightmares coming up, and I'm going to invite
Future Nightmares. I'm sorry.
I'm going to invite Future Nightmares up here to chat.
Hello, Future Nightmares. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm not doing too bad. Yeah, the audio issue that JL was experiencing is a bit odd.
It's so weird. Okay, so yeah, I've never had this problem between StreamYard and Discord before. I've never had. Yeah, I've never had this issue before. This is like the first time.
Okay, yeah, it's bizarre.
What you got for us, Future Nightmares?
So I just wanted to ask you about the. So you run the, what was it, Canadian Atheist Society, or what'd you call it?
Canadian Atheist. We set up as a corporation because here in Canada, nonprofit societies, there's a law put in by the Conservatives, I believe, that the membership. If somebody asks for a copy of the membership list, you have to provide it. So we didn't like that. So we set up as a corporation so that we have privacy requirements instead of being required to share a membership list.
Right. So what does the Canadian Atheists do as an organization?
So we're trying to bring an end to the stigma and vilification of atheists and agnostics, just because of the no belief or
Okay,
no
can you guys
knowledge
hear me in
about,
the live chat? I've got myself
gods and
muted on
goddesses.
Discord.
And we're saying that people, everyone
guys hear
should
me
be
in
equal
StreamYard?
regardless of whether they believe in any of these deities. We're not trying to bring an end to religion or anything like that. We're just saying we want equal treatment to be the norm here in Canada, culturally, because it's already protected under law, but what people actually practice is still a bit of a problem sometimes. It's not as prevalent as we see in some other countries, such as the US or say Saudi Arabia is an extreme example, where it's illegal to be an atheist. But there's
how is it illegal to be an atheist in the US?
I didn't say that. I said in Saudi Arabia.
I misunderstood. Okay.
Yeah, in Saudi Arabia, it's illegal. In the U.S., I don't believe it is. However, there is, JL Warren may know more about this than I do. There are some states or at least municipal governments that don't allow people to run in office if they're atheists, like if they don't believe in God. And so that would be pretty terrible. Here in Canada, there's no such rule like that because we have in our constitution that you can't discriminate based on that. So at least we're protected there. That doesn't stop local society from voting for their favorite, and that's just how democracy works. So that's that wouldn't even be a valid complaint. But the idea that a person is bad just because we don't have a God in our
Can you guys still hear me in StreamYard?
To me is a defective idea, and it's one
Let me
that
know.
society really needs to move on from because it's actually hurting people. It creates a division in society that is a problem. We also we stopped for a while, but we were running because of the pandemic, the COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay,
but
looking good there.
We were
before now that we were running, and I got myself muted on Discord, so I'm gonna unmute myself there and make sure that I'm
trying to
sorry about the
encourage
I did not
community development and things like that, and we do want to get back into that pretty soon. So because it's nice weather right now, we can do more of the walks in the woods and just free things that people can do out in the general public and enjoy things. And we also do things like encourage stuff like blood donations and stuff like that. There's all kinds of different things.
Okay,
but those are kind of incidental factors that are aside from it. See, the thing about atheism is there isn't a central doctrine or anything like that that says that you have to be a good person or anything like that. That's up to each individual person. While we encourage that, we don't want to come across as trying to form some kind of ideology or anything like that. So
okay, I am sorry to interrupt. I am doing a quick test. Can you guys hear me in Discord okay?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
And can you guys hear me in StreamYard okay?
So Future Nightmares, I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, for sure. So I have another question. What made you guys, it's a question for both of you, what made you guys become an atheist? And how was your...
Okay, the question is malformed.
It's kind of a two-parter. So how did you become an atheist, and how was your guys' deconstruction?
So I didn't quite hear the last part, but I'll address the first part because it's a malformed question. The question how we became atheists. The reason it's malformed is because it assumes that I dropped a religion at some point. I dropped a belief in deities. I've never believed. I've always been an atheist. So I've never held any belief in any gods or goddesses. Sorry, could you repeat the second part of your question? I didn't quite catch it.
It was, and how did your guys' deconstruction go? But
and Left-Handed Jedi, I've seen your super chats. I've got them starred. I will address them.
JL, because I know that JL was running to hopefully be part of a ministry. If I remember right.
No, that wasn't. No. I was in the religion. I was born and raised in it. Born, raised, and confirmed. But I, after like 10 years, I deconstructed and made my way out because things just weren't adding up. But no, as far as going into ministry or something like that, that wasn't me.
Okay. I thought I heard you mention that before. So how did your deconstruction go in terms of deconstructing from your faith?
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So, okay, so my deconstruction as far as it goes was I was born into the faith, raised in it. My mother is still a devout believer. My father was a devout believer. My brother is still a believer. And everything, I guess you could say that everything was going fine. I believed in it, and I went through confirmation, and everything was good. There, you have to say that it begins with one moment. There was this moment in church. Now that I'd kind of I'd gotten out of Sunday school, I was I was in the normal congregation, and during one service, my pastor, he's a good dude. He's really great. He's still a friend of the family. He officiated my wedding. He oversaw my father's funeral. He was good friend. He was more of a philosopher than he is a pastor, really. But I was about 13 years old, and standing there and they're going through the service and like that, and my pastor, as part of his kind of the prepping the whole sermon and everything, he made a joke at the expense of the Baptists. And if anybody's familiar with Methodists and Baptists, you understand that there's bad blood there, and it's understandable as to why. But at 13 years old, that felt very, very weird to me because he made the joke. I got the joke. Everybody was laughing, but that didn't seem right to me. Like my intuition was, we should not be making fun of people when they're not here to defend themselves. The reason I had that inclination is because when I was young, I was a short kid. I had problems with my weight, and I was used to bullying. I was used to people talking, insulting me behind my back, laughing at me, blah, blah. I was familiar with how that makes me feel. It makes me feel ostracized. It makes me feel, like less of a person. It makes me feel devalued. And then I saw that action in my pastor. My pastor cracking a joke at the expense of another denomination when they're not there to back themselves up. And everybody thought it was so funny. And I'm like, how is this not the same as what I experience when I'm at school or I'm out there, in the world? And so that was the first moment where something didn't jive. Like something's wrong here. I'm counting myself. I don't like bullies as a kid. As a early teenager, 13 years old. I know I don't like bullies because I don't like how they make me feel about myself, about my place in the world. And yet here I am counting myself as one of a group that will openly engage in that behavior. That bothered me. Now, that didn't tell me that God didn't exist. It didn't tell me, blah, blah, blah. I understood free will. I understood these concepts. The problem was there seemed to be an underlying issue with how we're interpreting our relationship with God. That moment kicked off a near decade-long journey where I went from diehard believing Christian to an atheist, where I explored other religions, other spiritualities, Eastern, Western thought, philosophy, and just dug and dug and dug. And the thing that was the driving force behind this was every time I ran into a new question or a major question, people could not answer it without resorting to how they feel. And that was problematic. They basically were referencing their own intuitions, but I knew that my intuitions were informed by my experiences. Like I intuit these things from a moral perspective based upon how I feel and what I see, my ability to empathize and my ability to have empathy. And I was like, if this is context dependent, how could they possibly justify it as being the case? They have no grounds to make fun of the other denomination for simply believing or approaching the faith in a different way. And that was it. So once I broke down and deconstructed completely, I understood why people believe these things, why some people need them, and I recognized that I did not need it. And that took a long time. But the interesting thing that occurred after that was there was a moment when I was 25, and I was not yet, because I lived in Texas, and I was not ready to be openly atheist for socially speaking, because man, Texas is another animal in and of itself, and I just wasn't prepared to do that. And so, but there was this moment when I realized, this kind of epiphany, when I realized that I am fully responsible for every single action in my life and every inaction in my life. That I have 100% culpability for all of it, my actions and my inactions. And I suddenly realized that every single time I chose not to do something because it's in God's hands, because God has a plan, because God never gives people more than they can handle, because yada, 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 whatever BS post hoc rationalization is invented so that we don't have to deal with shit that we don't like. And it all hit me like a ton of bricks. And I realized that I had spent a good portion of my life. At that point, I was only like 20, 25 at the time. So I'd spent like half my life not acting because God could do it. God's got it. And that realization damn near sent me running straight back to the church, because I almost could not handle the weight of the responsibility that every time I chose not to act, I am as responsible for that as I am when I choose to act. And I almost couldn't handle it. I had not had enough experience at that point in my life to reconcile that responsibility. But I did have a good support system. I got lucky. I had a good support system, and those individuals helped me to reconcile these things and understand that that was not something to be afraid of. It was something that empowered you, that empowered me. And now I am more, and now as being an atheist, understanding these things, it's like, as an atheist, because these things do not exist. But being an atheist, I am now more involved in my community. I am more involved in my interpersonal relationships. I am more aware, keenly aware of what is going on with other people. My empathy is employed to much greater degree and much more effectively, because I've been doing it years now, decades now. I have dedicated myself to understanding this. And so literally dropping the us versus them mentality of religious ideology, understanding what a secular society is, and working towards those goals, towards those humanist goals, I understand the equality there, how to make things better, and I am literally a better human being because I have eschewed these things that try to tell me that I am in some way better than other people.
The yeah, that's kind of somewhat similar to like how my deconstruction went, but it's a little bit more morbid in the sense that like my deconstruction, I would say it started like when I was roughly about 8. So my father passed away due to a car accident when I was quite young, and the one answer I kept getting from all my religious family, even the priest had walked up to me during like after the funeral, and like I was quite distraught because like I was so young, I didn't understand what really death was, right? Like
Mhm.
I've lost my grandfather, lost like people, but like as a young individual, I didn't understand what death really meant. Like you're just not seeing this person ever again. Like they're gone. And after the funeral, the priest who handled the funeral walked up to me and said, as and I remember it like it was yesterday, he said, as terrible as the situation is, you have to realize that it's part of God's plan and it's going to make you a better person. And to me, that seemed wrong like I had lost an individual that meant a lot to me. So if I'm like a Protestant Christian, supposed to believe that God ripped away somebody that meant everything to me, why? Why would a God do that? And I had struggled with this for a long time, and um I actually dug deeper into the faith. Like I dug so much to where I would say that at one point I was even a Christian nationalist, where like I just kept digging because I wanted to find that answer of why a God would even do that. And it took a while till I was about 18 when I was dating a girl that was a Christian nationalist, was very deep into the faith. And at this
Mm.
point I was considering myself agnostic because I didn't know anymore, because I had dug so deep and I just could not find the answer. I read the Bible, um, dug into a lot of faiths, talked to priests, talked to Catholic priests, and none of them gave me an answer that was satisfactory to the notion of why would an all-loving God put me through some of the worst pain I had ever been through, all the way through my teenage years up until my adult years. And how could an all loving God force me into some of the darkest mindset I've ever had in my life? And I was sitting there and we were doing a Bible reading because they were trying to convince me to go away from agnosticism back to the faith.
Mhm.
And we were reading the Bible, and it came up to the notion of no man can know the day or the hour of the end of the world. As a Protestant, I believed in a rapture. Um, and the grandmother of this girl I was dating had given her premonition of that the end of the world was coming like September 25th of that year or whatever,
Oh.
and said that all the signs were there. And I was like, wait, hold on. The Bible says specifically that no man or individual can ever know the date or the hour. And she said, well, it specifically says no man, and I'm not a man. So obviously I would know the day or the hour.
Someone watched
And
Lord of the Rings.
yeah,
I am no man. Stick.
yeah. But like at that point, I was like, this is insanity. Like it's pure insanity that people can read the Bible and come to different conclusions,
Right.
where everybody was supposed to know that this God existed, that um, that if you're reading the Bible, how could people have different interpretations? It's the Word of God. Everybody should have the same interpretation, and that was the point where everything. Same thing with you. Just kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. I'm like, this is fucking stupid.
Right.
This is really fucking stupid. And I went full on hard atheism that day. I was like, this is absolutely stupid.
And the one thing
Um,
I think that you can agree with is that during the process of that exploration, that journey, is like when people hear about that, when theists hear that, they hear like, we're fighting to get rid of our religion. And in actuality, like the 10 years I spent in that journey was literally trying to do everything I could to find a logical justification to hold on to it because of all the utility it provided me. And so, like, this was my life. This was part of my identity. And I'm going to do everything I can to scratch and claw to hang on to it. There's got to be some truth here. And I realized at the end that there wasn't,
mhm.
and that's just, it's scary doing that. It's kind of like, because you're literally, acknowledging and accepting an aspect of myself is predicated upon shit that's not true. And that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah, it is. And I also like as a young individual, I was like going into Discord and going into like debates, and I was trying
Mm.
so hard to uh prove the notion that this God existed. And people were coming up with arguments against my God that I full out believed in. I was calling so like same thing. I was holding on to this thing as hard as I could because there were questions I couldn't answer. But if I could if I could argue and change people's mind that this God existed, it would fill this void where it's like, okay, there's got to be some truth to this thing. And one of the arguments that was brought up was the problem of evil, and it's one of my favorite arguments to use against theists is the problem of evil. And it's one of those things where I had to concede that I honestly had no idea why a God would allow evil to begin with. And
Right.
there was same things where like I had brought up my father's death. I'm like, well, it must be part of God's plan. It's like, well, hold on. Why would a good God rip your father away? How could that be a good thing and put you through one of the most traumatic experiences of your life? And then it was like, well, fuck. That's the question I've been trying to answer for, better part of 10 years after my father's death. I couldn't answer it. I'm like, I honestly have no idea. And it was the culmination of absolutely everything and trying to hold so hard on and like digging this hole to where eventually there was more questions that could not be answered and bringing them up with priests. And they're like, well, problem of evil is free will. And that's the answer. It's like, well, that doesn't answer the problem.
Right. Exactly.
'Cause,
Yeah.
like it's just a try to hand wave the issue when it doesn't hand wave the issue at all, because free will just entails that you have the ability to make a choice freely. And well, that means that there could be an A or B choice. And if there's an A or B choice, there could be a logical possible world that everybody just freely chooses the good because it's just a choice between A or B.
Bingo.
But
It comes down to probability, right?
yeah, I think it's a modal logic. And like just none of these things were answering these problems. And then it came to the conclusion of that. And then recently, I transcended to agnosticism. It's been a wild journey from being a hard Christian to uh, going full on to theological non-cognitivism.
Makes sense.
But anyways, it seems like you guys got some guests in here. I feel like you probably want to talk to some theists, and I'll drop down and you guys can argue away.
Cool. Yeah, got some people with their hands up, so we'll invite them to speak. But I appreciate you, Future Nightmares. Thank you so much, and I'll keep
no
looking for
problem.
more. I'll keep looking for more of your shorts because those are always really, really good on TikTok and YouTube. So
I'm glad you appreciate it.
absolutely.
All right, I'll drop down.
All right, boss. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too. See ya.
All right. Not often I get to share my deconstruction and deconversion story of how that came about, but we got some people with their hands up still. I have a feeling that I may regret this, but they had their hand up, so I'm going to bring them up. Catholic traditionalist, CT.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
Okay, all right, guys. So you're looking for evidence for God, right?
Hello,
Yes.
Catholic traditionalist.
Yes, if you
Okay,
have
hello.
evidence, please present it.
Yeah. So first, before we start off, would you guys say that logic is a concrete thing or abstract thing?
It's an abstract concept. It is a descriptive language or it's a language of description.
Okay, do you agree with that, Randolph?
Yeah, it sounded like JL got cut off there.
It is logic is a language we utilize to describe things. It's descriptive of the universe.
Okay.
I agree with that.
You agree with that, Randolph? Okay, so ontological intelligibility proves the existence of God. It's evidence for God. Because the thing is, with regards to ontological intelligibility, the thing itself, not simply you perceiving the thing, but the thing itself has to be informational. It has to have an aboutness to itself. It has characteristics. That's why if you have two individuals, even if they're looking at a tree from a different perspective or a different angle, they both recognize that it's a tree. It's not one individual that's saying, well, I see a tree, and the other one is saying, no, it's a beach ball. So that means things have characteristics. We're capable of recognizing these characteristics. So they have the characteristics in and of themselves ontologically. They're capable of being intelligible to us because they have these characteristics.
So how do we know?
Ontological.
So how do we know that that the ontology of intelligibility is not just from us being products of the system?
I don't know what you mean by that, but
In
with
essence,
regards,
and let me explain. So the Earth itself, the Earth, the universe, like that all pre-exists us. Like human beings weren't here first. So we have the Earth, we have the universe. The Earth is a product of the universe itself, the natural forces of the universe, and human beings, or life in and of itself, and human beings, as an extension, are products of the universe. So we are products that came up. We are literally evolved on this planet, within the system of the planet. So being products of the universe, we are literally developed and evolved to operate within the universe. So as literally as a matter of survival, it behooves those organisms to be able to navigate those environments in a way that is literally coherent. Because if you operate incoherently, your odds of dying and not passing on your genes are relatively high. So, by virtue of our own evolution, of being products of the system, of being products of the universe, it stands to reason that we would be able to navigate the universe to be able to survive it. So, how do we know that because I can reference what exists, humans, the earth, survival, our senses, all this stuff, and intelligibility is just the ability to understand things. Okay, so given that human beings all similarly, the population are products of the products of the system itself, of coming up here on Earth, then how is it that the ontology of intelligibility, of human intelligibility, is just not a result of us being in the system and surviving in the system that we need to understand to survive?
yeah,
One quick question for you, Catholic traditionalist: Are you do you believe that your God
well,
is the
well,
most
hold on.
intelligent?
Can I take one? Can I take one question at a time? Because
Yeah,
Warren
okay.
already posed the question.
Go for it, because I'm referencing things that exist and can be demonstrated.
Okay.
So I'm curious, is like,
Sure.
that's sufficient? That's sufficient to explain intelligibility.
Yeah.
I didn't
Okay.
realize Jail was
So
asking a question. I thought
Yeah.
he was responding.
Yeah.
yeah. So the thing is, with regards to everything that you've stated, number one, I don't accept evolution. I believe in creationism and young Earth creationism. But number two, even and I don't disagree with you. We do have the ability to perceive our reality around us. Now, but that's not what I'm talking about. My argument is not about our perception of the reality around us. My argument is that the reality itself is informational. It itself has an ontology about itself where it itself is informational. It itself is capable of being intelligible because it has characteristics about itself.
Well,
Now,
yeah,
those
but the things that are being understood, they pre-exist us. So we understand them because we perceive them and we interact with them. And we perceive them coherently, and we know that we perceive them coherently because if we didn't, then we would die. We would walk off cliffs and stuff like that. So or we would literally walk into the bushes where there might be a lion hiding, type 1 and type 2 errors and such like that, false positives and false negatives. But those are a result of our evolution. That's demonstrable. So, like, literally, it doesn't answer the question. I can reference evolution, genetics, social behavior. I can reference all of these things that apply, the entire multidisciplinary, all the multidisciplines that apply to social dynamics on Earth for Homo sapiens, for human beings, and that gives me my starting point. We observe, like, collectively as a species, we perceive the world around us, the environment, intelligibly because we are products surviving in the universe.
That's fine. I don't have a problem with anything that you said except for the whole evolution thing, because my argument is not about perception of the universe. I'm conceding your point that we perceive the universe.
Right.
I'm making a different argument. Okay. Maybe
Why?
you're not following my argument.
No,
My
I am.
argument is that
I'm saying it's not necessary. We don't need to go that far. There's no
we
justification
don't.
to go that far.
So we don't need to listen to the evidence for God. You don't want to just shut me down, then, right?
No,
Is that it?
I'm
You
not
don't
shutting.
want the
No, I'm not
audience
shutting you
scared.
down. I'm not shutting you down, CT. I'm saying you're taking it. You're giving that intelligibility much more credit than it deserves. You're saying that you're basically putting the cart before the horse. Okay, I'm
Okay.
saying that things are intelligible by humans. Okay, so it's like Earth, humans, intelligibility.
You're putting intelligibility ahead of things. And I'm saying that things are intelligible because humans are products of the earth. You're saying that things are made intelligibly, and that's why humans can understand stuff. You're putting the cart before the horse in order to justify something, to declare that things are intelligible. And I'm saying the evidence doesn't point in that direction. The evidence states the earth was here, then humans, and humans can operate intelligibly, or the world is intelligible to us because we are products that survive on the earth. That's it.
Yeah.
There's no problem with that.
Yeah. Well, there is a problem with that. If you listen to, there was a philosophy professor that was having a conversation with T-Jump a while back, and I'm sure you're all familiar with T-Jump.
I agree with T-Jump on some things. I do not agree with him on other things. Like I'm not a moral realist, so yeah.
T-Jump was making your argument.
Right.
But T-Jump was making your argument, but the philosophy professor was correcting T-Jump and saying that there's no basis for your claim that anything actually exists if you're simply going to say that we're the ones that's making the things itself, giving the aboutness of the things itself with regards to the characteristics and everything.
No, that flies in the face. That flies in the face of the philosophical definition of. That flies in the face of the philosophical definition of what existence is.
I'm just telling you what the.
I'm not him. I'm not him, and he's not here. So, but I'm saying that what you're saying flies in the face of what the definition, the philosophical definition of existence is. Because existence implies realness. Realness implies context and mind independence and demonstrability.
Now, do you believe that there is an outside world outside of your mind?
Yes, I do hold that there is an external reality that exists external of us. And I also hold that human beings, by virtue of our subjective internal experiences, do not currently have access to what we would call objective reality. We have access to our subjective interpretations of what is objective reality, but we are pretty much at this point in time right now, we are stuck there. Maybe one day we could get past it, or we could find a way to get out of that and be able to perceive things objectively. But right now, we're stuck with our subjective internal experience and comparing notes between us to get as probabilistically as close to truth as we can.
Okay, so if you were sitting down on the couch and you have a tree in your front yard, and someone else, they're outside and they're looking at the tree and you're looking at the tree and you're talking to each other and you're saying, "Hey, there's a tree there," right? Now, you're both seeing a tree. Not one of you isn't seeing a tree and another one's not seeing one of you isn't claiming to see a tree and the other one isn't claiming to see a beach ball there. So, do you agree that the tree itself has characteristics in and of itself whereby we can recognize that there's a tree there?
Yes, there is an object there that has specific patterns that we've identified that we have subjectively labeled as tree.
Great. So do you agree that those patterns, those properties, they're based on laws of logic?
No. We look at an object and we identify things about the object. We arbitrarily give that thing a name. That name is literally the abstract concept that collectively or that collects all of the things about that object, and by that is its what we call its identity. And so again, logic is descriptive of that. So logic describes what a thing's identity is what we have assigned to it. So we said everything has its identity. Well, what is the identity of a thing? So if I say here's an object and here's its identity, and then its identity is disparate from this other thing's identity. My phone is not my pen. Okay? Now these are subjective distinctions based upon the things that we are observing, but we are utilizing the language of logic to describe these things. Okay? It doesn't make them objectively true. It means that if the object will still be the object when all humans are gone. Like if you blinked all humans out of existence right now, my phone is still sitting there. There'd be nothing there to call it a phone. It would simply be an object itself. So in that respect, that's how we differentiate between different objects. And we describe these things. Oh, there's an object there. There's an object there. These things look different. They must be different things. They are not the same thing. So how will we describe them so that we understand them to be different? And if I see a tree and this guy sitting next to me sees a beach ball, and I say, wait a minute, I see a tree. You see a beach ball? I see a beach ball. Let's test it and see what we've got. Because if it's a beach ball, I should be able to stab it with something and it will deflate in front of me. Because that's part of the identity of being a beach ball. It's filled with air. And I can stab it and it'll go and it will literally deflate. But if I stab a tree, nothing will happen other than maybe it loses some sap or I knock some bark off. But that can't happen if it's a beach ball. So we can actually test this. We can actually do this, and we can bring in a third person to independently review our findings without our input. We can have them blind test it and confirm one of our results. And that's how we probabilistically get to what is most likely to be true, to the degree, a la Wittgenstein, to the degree that it warrants certitude.
Yeah. So the very concept of a characteristic, is it a concrete thing or an abstract thing?
Characteristics are imposed by us, so technically it's abstract. It's describing a thing. We're making an observation, and then we're saying this is what I'm describing. So technically, we are imposing the characteristic upon the thing by articulating it. So if a tree has bark, okay, I describe bark as being this. The bark is an arbitrary term that is used to describe, or an abstract term that is used to describe this particular thing that we are observing. Now, if I'm not there, there's nothing there to call it bark. There's nothing there to differentiate it, but it is still an object in space. So it's still a thing. Okay, I'm just imposing those characteristics upon it in order to differentiate it from other objects.
Okay. So let me go ahead and explain to you why what you just said is false. Now, I don't interrupt you as you're speaking. I would appreciate it if you don't interrupt me.
Well, as long as you don't presuppose the thing to impose something ahead of us, because there's no evidence for that.
Well, I'm going to show you why there is evidence, and please don't interrupt me. I didn't interrupt you as you continued to speak several times, so please be respectful. So the thing is, we don't impose the characteristics upon the thing itself. We're simply recognizing the characteristics. That's, again, why it is that one individual sees a tree and another individual looking at the exact same object doesn't see a beach ball. They both see a tree, because the tree itself has characteristics in and of itself. We're not imposing those characteristics onto the tree. We're simply recognizing the characteristics. We're perceiving the characteristics. It's sort of like, for example, if you have someone in another town and they're sending Morse code, how they used to communicate back in the old days, 1800s, and to another town using telegraph, then the thing is, if you're able to perceive Morse code, you can recognize the information that the sender originally put forward. So it was the sender that imposed the information originally, and you're simply recognizing that information. And so I'm glad that you admitted that characteristics are an abstract of the mind. So that right there shows that it is of logic with regards to of the mind. Therefore, a mind is required. And since you've admitted that a mind is required, and we know that these things have characteristics before any humans ever existed, and you admitted that these things. Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt.
No, Cat. No. I'm not going to let you put words in my mouth. Yeah, I didn't say they had characteristics prior to humans. No, I didn't say that they had characteristics prior to humans.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it. You said these things existed prior to humans. That's all I said.
I said objects existed prior.
That's fine. That's okay. Objects existed prior. Great. Let's go with that. Okay.
Okay.
Now, objects existed prior.
Okay.
All right. So as I was stating, these objects, just like the tree, has an ontological intelligibility in and of itself, whereby it has characteristics that we simply recognize. We don't.
Wait. No.
Hold on. Please don't interrupt me.
No, I am going to. No.
Notice everyone how rude he is. I didn't interrupt him.
CT, I'm going to interrupt you because you're making a giant error here. Here's the problem and why. Oh, okay. And of course he dips out. So to explain why CT is wrong here, okay. And it's not that I wanted him to talk, but the problem is he says he's going to present evidence. And the term evidence is very, very specific. If he says his God exists, That statement is an empirical claim. If he wants to refer to things having intelligibility because something exists to presuppose that, that is not evidence for a God. That is assigning that these things had characteristics prior to the existence of humans. And that is false, because he is basing that upon the assumption that the thing exists, the presumption that the thing exists, to impose these things for humans to recognize. As I said before, when I stopped him at the very beginning, so long as he's not putting the cart before the horse, because he can't justify that. We do have the evidence that the earth existed, then humans, and humans are able to operate intelligibly in the universe or on the earth because we are products of it. We have evidence to back this up. That is as far as I need to go. The ontology of intelligibility is literally humans. The things that we assign are mind dependent. Okay? He's saying that these things were prior assigned before us because he's presupposing is God. And that's not evidence. That's not evidence for it. He's simply saying this is the state, and he can't back that up. That's the problem. And I told him, don't put the cart before the horse. Don't presuppose. You can't. And by Allah Occam's razor, I'm making fewer assumptions than he is. And don't multiply your entities unnecessarily. It's that simple. Okay? And I told him before, that's why I muted him. I told him before, if you're going to put the cart before the horse, that is not evidence. That's that you're literally presupposing it. You're actually starting from worldview positions. He's actually making one more presupposition than I am. He's presupposing a God exists, and he's presupposing it's the I that's having the experience, a la Nietzsche's critique of Descartes. Okay, that's the problem. I'm starting from the same presupposition that we presuppose the I that is having the experience, but I'm not presupposing a God to assign anything that is mind dependent upon us. Okay, automatically by virtue of Occam's razor, his falls because he's multiplying his entities unnecessarily. That's the problem. And that's why that precept nonsense fails. Okay, there's no justification to say that the objects in the universe had characteristics that are mind dependent, which he agrees to, that have these subjective characteristics prior to our experience. You'd have to demonstrate the existence of the entity that is doing the imposing before you could make that statement. He's working backwards, defining his God into existence. And that is not evidence. I'm done.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I wanted to ask him earlier, and he was more focused on what you were saying, which was fine. What I wanted to get into with him, because some people are asking me what I was going to ask, is if he believes that his God is omni-intelligent. And this is different than omniscience. See, omniscience is the possession of the knowledge, of the information. It is knowing. Intelligence is in my view, processing of that knowledge, of that information, and making use of it mentally. So it's interesting because a lot of the time it's argued that their God is omniscient and omnipotent and a bunch of omni characteristics, but omni-intelligence never seems to come into it. And that's why I wanted to get into that with him and ask him. I was hoping he would give some clarity on that one.
Yeah.
Because I think there's plenty of examples to demonstrate that their God really isn't all intelligent. There's a lot of times where he's messed up. There's a lot of lack of foresight of things. There's a failure to take opportunities to put actual educational material into their holy doctrine. One example that I bring up there is, and I'm not trying to derail the conversation here, but I'm just using this as an example, is when Abraham was ordered to kill his own son Isaac, and then the ramifications of a kid going through his father trying to kill him afterwards, and providing insight on child psychology. That was a perfect opportunity after that story. Well, it was a really great opportunity for that. Really, it would have been an effective point where they could have gone into that.
Yeah.
The problem is the authors of the Bible are probably mostly ignorant of things, insightful things like child psychology and whatnot. I think they understood some psychology, but that was more just from practice and trial and error and seeing what's going on, but nowhere close to what we see in the psychology fields today. Mostly it was just for manipulating people, but there's no mention of how this even impacted Isaac after that part of the story. It just goes on to the next, whatever's next. So that, I feel like there's a lack of intellect there with this God. He may know everything. He just doesn't have the intellect to kind of use it in what would be a conducive to better quality of life for everybody.
The one big thing that I wanted to, that didn't get pointed out, and I didn't want to press him on this because, understanding science and understanding what is true about reality, things like evolution is not why I'm an atheist. It's like, I'm not an atheist because I understand evolution. I understood evolution when I was a Christian. So these things are not mutually exclusive. They are, entirely, exactly. And the fact that I pointed out that we can reference things that exist in reality, that are true in reality, and I have a justification. The justification that I'm referencing things that demonstrably exist, that the ontology of intelligibility is literally humans, because we are products of the earth. We are literally products of the universe. Therefore, because we are products of the universe, it stands to reason that in order to survive in the universe, that we can operate intelligibly within the universe. So by virtue of just being products of the universe, we can operate within it. That's pretty simple. And I'm referencing things that exist. And evolution, which is true. And immediately his get out of there was, I reject evolution. So his literally, and I didn't want to like hammer him on it, because I thought we could at least have a decent conversation for once. I didn't want to hammer him on that, but his first escape was reject reality. That's his first escape, was I reject reality. I substitute my own, because he has to. Because evolution does give us that justification for not putting the cart before the horse. And so we can lay this out like that, and that's perfect. I have my justification. I have my justification for intelligibility. Human intelligibility is not necessarily universal. Okay, it isn't, because there could be.
I would say very likely it's not. Just the fact that there's so many different species on this planet that have different ways of looking at things. We're pervasive all over the planet, but I think there's a lot more maggots and fruit flies and cockroaches on the planet than there are people. I do put money on that.
So he rejects it. So he's a young Earth creationist. He's an anti-evolution. He's a science denier. He's a reality denier. And so his first escape to get out of any kind of scrutiny was to deny reality. I wanted to point that out after he left, because I didn't want to get hemmed up in it. Reverse Camus, I see you with your hand up. I want to get to you, but I want to give a chance to some people who we haven't talked to first. Yeah. 1 second.
Reverse Camus.
Oh, he says, reset my audio in Discord. I'm still cutting out. I'm not cutting out here.
Yeah, you cut out a little bit. It's a lot better than before, though. So.
Okay, let me just double check real quick before I bring somebody up. Let me just make sure. We're good there.
Yeah, I think the last part of Reverse Camus' name is probably based on Albert Camus.
Yeah, I think I'm looking good. My test is going fine. So I apologize if there's a little bit of drop. We ran into an issue with StreamYard and Discord. So if there's a little bit of drop, I do apologize, Scotty, because my levels are better, but my mic just keeps like, it may drop out. So if it drops out, I apologize. I may not be able to fix it here, but I'll do my best. I ran into an issue between StreamYard and Discord that I've never run into before. And apparently it's something to do with Windows. And so until I can find a fix for that, better than the one I currently have. So if I drop out momentarily, just let me know, and I'll be happy to repeat it. So
Scotty's always very helpful with this stuff, I find. Thank you, Scotty. It's always good to see you here. I'm on Linux, so I don't have these issues.
Yeah, thank you, Scotty. I appreciate it. So we'll just try to work through it, and we'll do our best. All right, LSF. You had your hand up for a while. I appreciate it.
Hello, LSF. How are you?
Hey, good to see you around, Elf. JL, good to see you too. Okay, JL, first thing, you're asking for empirical evidence. Is that correct?
I asked for empirical evidence because the statement or the claim a God exists is an empirical claim.
Okay, well, you know full well, as an educated atheist, that there isn't any.
Okay.
So why do you ask the question?
Because there are people out there that do not understand the philosophical entailments of what it means to say a thing exists. And so it's an opportunity because they believe that they can. They don't know that. So it's an opportunity to educate.
I know they do, yeah.
It's an opportunity to educate people.
Well, you don't seem to be going about it in the most productive and constructive way.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
How so?
People on stage, in the knowledge that this is the case, rather than try to give them some kind of a philosophical explanation as to why, you're just belittling them.
Who did I belittle?
Well, the way you pull everybody down.
I haven't put anybody down. I haven't insulted
Okay.
I haven't insulted anybody.
Okay, but you do understand then that there is no empirical evidence of God.
Yes, I understand it completely because depending upon the God we're talking about. If we're talking about like classical deism, it's unfalsifiable. But if we're talking about like the Christian Abrahamic biblical God, that thing does not exist. It's a logical contradiction. So, but I attack their arguments. I point out flaws in that reasoning. I show breaks in epistemology. That's not putting someone down. That's just meeting them head on.
Okay, perhaps you don't explain it very well for them. Not to worry. So secondly, I'm not denying reality. So let's have some agreement here about what we're talking about. These observations of a tree, they are abstract. No disagreements there. And
so
I'm not suggesting that.
So you're talking about the conversation. You're talking about the conversation I was having with
Yes.
Okay,
sorry.
gotcha.
Reference the conversation you just had. Yeah.
Yeah.
Those abstracts don't need to be transcendental and from God. They can be human given, granted.
Cool. Yeah, humans can impose them, and because humans exist, we can demonstrate that they do, and humans impose things upon things in order to understand them or to make them more understandable or discrete from other objects. There's your ontology.
Well, possibly not. Well, yes, in the object's existence in reality.
Right.
But
yeah.
Are you presupposing material?
No. Well, technically, I'm presupposing it is the I that is having the experience in Descartes. So I kind of like fall with the Nietzsche response to Descartes, in that the I is presupposed, but an experience is being had. That we can confirm, a la Descartes. Okay, so an experience is being had of something. All right, now that thing that I'm experiencing is different than myself, because there is a line of demarcation between that which is experienced and the experiencer. We understand this because we can doubt the experience. And so there's obviously something external of myself that I am experiencing. The thing that I'm labeling the thing being experienced as external reality. So it's not really presupposition, it's understanding that something is being experienced and labeling that thing as external reality. That's just like language. That's all it is.
External reality.
Yeah, I could agree with that.
Right.
Okay, so when it comes to the description of reality, our current understanding, quantum, subatomic, we describe that with mathematics, which is abstract logic.
Well, yeah, I consider mathematics a logical language of quantification. Yes, that we.
I agree with you. Yeah,
exactly right. Yeah, and the claims that we make about it, like the truth claims we make about it, those are probabilistic in nature, but a la Wittgenstein, probabilistic to the degree that warrants certitude is where we're going. With that. It's like they don't like like as Wittgenstein explained. Knowledge doesn't have to be absolute to be classified as knowledge. So,
well, I didn't claim it did.
Yeah, so that's just my line of reasoning there, just so we understand that. So we understand they're probabilistic, and we acknowledge the problems of induction, so stuff like that. Just in case, to clarify those so we don't get into the weeds on anything.
Okay. Do you grant ontology to consciousness?
An ontology to consciousness?
Yeah.
Yes, by virtue of my understanding of neurophysiology and neuropsychology and brain structures, which I love and have put a lot of years into studying. Consciousness is the umbrella term that we give to a number of phenomena that are dependent upon a functioning brain. Now, it's not a universal standard because a brain, different brains function differently depending upon damage, depending upon development, all other kinds of things. But a brain is where consciousness is an emergent property of, is what we would call that in evolutionary biology. It's an emergent property. And so, but it covers a lot of things like awareness, reasoning, empathy, a number of stuff. It's like an umbrella term. And it takes different forms. It's a spectrum, depending upon the person, depending upon the brain. But yes, a functioning brain is what is the ontology, is the ontology of consciousness, if you want to put it that way.
Well, maybe it is in the materialist point of view.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what else can I reference other than the brain? I mean, I could take a brain and I can test and see what the levels of consciousness are, like to the degrees of consciousness, degrees of awareness, degrees of empathy. I can test these things. And I know that I can tweak the brain and I can do stuff to it. And I can predict what's going to happen when I do that with frightening accuracy. Like if I tap one area of the brain or stimulate one area of the brain, I can make you smell stuff. Okay? So, yes, we understand neurophysiology to that degree and how the different structures of the brain operate, how they speak to one another, and how the forebrain interacts with the hindbrain, and how all this information is informed. We even understand to a pretty solid degree how memories are coded. So in that respect, yes, and I know that if I shut off the brain, then there's no more consciousness. There's nothing more to test because it's just dead tissue. All right. So what else can I reference? What other thing exists to reference that I can demonstrate exists, has realness that I can reference in regards to the question of consciousness?
Well, you are again presupposing material, an emergence from material.
Well, I'm not presupposing it. I can demonstrate that it's there.
Yeah, but you're presupposing the material. You can demonstrate that. What? You can
No. I'm concluding material. I'm concluding material. That's the conclusion.
Why are you concluding material?
Because material is all I have to reference from.
No, consciousness is all you have to reference from.
No, I can't take a spoon of. I can't get a spoon of consciousness. Consciousness is an emergent property. Okay?
How do you know that?
How do I know that? Really? Do you know what emergent properties are, right?
I know what you say they are. Yeah.
Okay, so like when we observe an ant colony, an ant by itself does not exhibit much intelligence, but a colony working together does, in order to accomplish goals, succeed in tasks, approach different situations, different problems to solve them. The colony can do that, but one ant cannot. The intelligence of an ant hive, of an ant colony, that is an emergent property. Consciousness is the same thing, just like digestion is an emergent property of a functioning gastrointestinal system. Just like your heartbeat, okay, is it like literally your heartbeat is an emergent property of a functioning cardiac muscle.
Yeah, meat. I know. So I don't know
biology.
I'll grant you. I don't know about physics. Is gravity an emergent property?
Gravity is a phenomenon that is the label that we give to the phenomenon of objects attracting each other predicated upon their mass. So that wouldn't be an emergent property. That would be objects of being affected by other objects by virtue of their places in space-time.
Oh, so it is an emergent property then?
No, it's not an emergent property. It's that you have an object with a specific mass, and by virtue of its correlation by virtue of its interaction with space-time, that's the phenomenon that we see. So it's not, when we talk about emergent properties, we're talking about the descriptive thing of a combination of phenomena that we're asking. And so it's kind of like consciousness. It's an umbrella term. Okay, but what is consciousness referring to? It's referring to awareness. It's referring to reasoning capability. It's referring to.
We're talking about physics.
Well, that's physics, okay? But physics explains that it is the physical body interacting with space-time, and literally the effect of that interaction is what we call gravity.
Is time emergent?
So time, that's that's going to depend upon what version of time you're talking about. If you subscribe to A theory or B or A series or B series or but why is that? My question is this: I'm kind of why is this relevant? Because
I'm a presentist, and I the way I see it is like time is something that it's an abstract that we've constructed. It's we observe the passage of time. There are predictable things. There are consistent things that we can use to measure and check on things. And there's patterns we notice. And so the problem is that I think a lot of people get confused by time because, from my perspective, because it's so often presented in a dimensional sense. So we've got X, Y, Z for physical dimensions, and then there's a T for time, or whatever variable you want to put on it. And I'll just use T. Then the diagrams and explanations, we often see people will talk about these different points in time. And then you've got people doing science fiction. Time travel science fiction to me is mostly pretty boring and unsatisfying because I'm a presentist. But the thing is, people start thinking about, oh, you can travel through time, so it's another dimension. So therefore, they think it's part of all this. I don't think it works that way. I just think it's just presented this way as a matter of convenience. But so maybe it'll help if LSF tells us what his idea about time is, if he's a presentist or has some other ideas.
So aside from answer, I mean, I'm not trying to diminish this, but aside from us like answering 20 questions, because the stage is like, if you believe in a God, or what you believe in, do you have evidence for that? And that's
not that would satisfy you, by your own admission.
Well, no, because we have to look at the nature of the claim. The nature of the claim is what establishes the sufficiency, what the sufficiency criterion is. Okay, if you claim that there's a dog in your backyard, the criterion for the criterion for sufficiency is very, very low. But if you say that a God exists, that criterion is very, very high, like extremely high. Okay, like this goes all the way back to like Laplace. Okay, so we have to comport the evidence to the claim, like literally the quality of evidence to the claim. Extraordinary claim, a la Sagan, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. If you're making
I disagree. I don't accept that. I think sufficient evidence is enough, but yeah.
Well, yeah, but I mean, what is the sufficiency of evidence for there's a pen on my desk versus the sufficiency of evidence for a God exists?
Yeah, we don't need extraordinary evidence for either of them.
Well, we would need sufficient evidence for them. We're involving
exactly. So I find the axiom sounds nice and makes it easy for people to remember, but it's also, I find it misleading because it increases the burden of evidence, which I think is unnecessary.
So in that respect, I mean, if you're going to provide evidence, nonetheless, the claim that a God exists is an empirical claim by virtue of what the term existence philosophically entails. Okay, because philosophically, existence entails realness. Realness is determined by a thing's ability to be demonstrated independently of mind and context, and that it has substance. So then the question then becomes, if a God exists, can you demonstrate that it exists independently of mind and context? Can you demonstrate its substance? Does this thing have realness? And if you can't do that, then you're not justified in saying that it exists. What you're actually doing is just referring to essence and conflating that with existence. You're literally defining its nature as such, and saying essentially what a lot of precepts do is that they're referencing its nature that we're imposing upon it. Like, this is what the nature of God is, because no God has ever come down and been like, this is my nature. So you're basically imposing a nature upon it, and defining that nature is necessarily existing, which is just defining it into existence. So if they want to make the claim, they should be able to back it up. But if they want to switch their claim and say, oh, I'm referencing the essence of God, great. That's an abstract conceptualization. And they're more than welcome to do that, so long as they acknowledge it with intellectual honesty, that it is an abstract conceptualization.
Hey, at no point have I claimed there's a God. Anyway, so yeah, all I was.
But I mean,
going-
yeah, but the whole point of this stage is not for you to test my logical consistency. That's not the point.
I'm curious. I'm curious, LSF. What is your view on time? Like I kind of explained mine.
My view on time. I'm very unsure on time, Randolph.
Okay.
Given
you're still working on that. All right.
Yeah. Well, as are all of physics. Yeah.
Well, pretty much is
granular.
like
Is time granular? Is time granular, or is
Well-
it linear? Is it smooth or granular? I don't know.
Time being the measurement of distance between change is what it is. So if you have change, the point of change, or like if you have change, right, and then you have a point A prior to change, and then point B post change, that time is the measurement of the distance between those two things. Is essentially what we're doing. It's literally just a measure of temporal states. Which we identify by change. I think it's the best way that we can look at it. Otherwise, we're diving into things that we can't demonstrate to be true. We can't demonstrate if A series or B series is true. It's not something we can demonstrate. Yeah. So why would we even play around with it? So
yeah, when Einstein dived into the idea of traveling ahead of a light beam, we couldn't demonstrate any of that either. Do we just not think about things that we can't empirically prove immediately?
No. Absolutely not. We absolutely should think about them. We should. Should we predicate worldviews upon whether they are true or false? Absolutely not.
I'm not predicating a worldview upon it.
I know, but the people that we talk to often are doing such things.
Well, you're talking to me.
I'm understanding that, but you're on my stage.
Oh, well, I'll leave your stage. I think you might be jumping the gun a little bit.
No, I'm trying to keep it on. I'm trying to keep it on point. The objective of the stage is to have these conversations. The objective of the stage is to have these conversations with people. It is not to play 20 questions. It's not for you to test my logical consistency. Okay, we can get into that like we did with Catholic traditionalists when he tested my logical consistency about the ontology of intelligibility. My position is logically consistent. His is not. So we can get into that by virtue of that. Like if he says, here's my explanation, what is the defeater or what is the alternative? And I gave him one. Okay? But it's just like, if you have something you want to present the evidence for, great. That's where I want to go. I don't want to like dive into an interrogation here where you're just up here interrogating us.
Well, I'll say good day. Thank you very much for having me on, and get the next person
before you go,
whose evidence you will immediately throw out because
LSF,
they don't have empirical evidence.
LSF, somebody actually in our audience is asking if we could put a question to you. It seemed like you agreed at the beginning of the call that there is no empirical evidence for God, sans empirical evidence. What is your warrant for belief? That's what they're asking. If you want to answer, we'll give you a couple minutes.
Sorry, what's my reason for believing? Is that the question?
I think so. I can read it again. They're saying, can you ask LSF?
Sure.
My reason for believing, I think I've told you before, Randolph, I don't care whether anybody accepts it or not, is divine revelation. To me, from God.
Divine revelation. Okay. Yeah, there you go. The person in the audience who asked, his name is Lack. Thank you, Lack, for your question.
If I may ask a question in response to that, by what mechanism were you able to differentiate between something that came from a God and something that came from yourself?
Well, that's the problem with the whole divine rail.
That's why I'm asking you. That's why I'm asking you the question.
Yeah, and I already know that you won't accept anything that I tell you.
Well, right? do you have a mechanism? Do you have a mechanism?
Consider if an omnipotent divine creator existed, could it adequately tell me that it did?
Sure,
without me having to apply logic or reason or anything else that you usually use.
No, well, I mean, that seems weird because if it knew all things, then presenting itself to you through divine revelation seems it would be more efficient in order to allow that to comport with reality in a way that you could pass on that information to others. Otherwise, there's no way to differentiate between an actual event and your confirmation bias. So my question is, how is an omniscient God communicating to you through divine revelation and not giving you the ability to eliminate confirmation bias from that?
I'm not here to convince you.
Can you answer the question?
Sorry, is it implicit in being communicated with that you are able to forwardly pass on that communication to you.
Given what it says in the Bible, yes.
Oh, did you think I was kind of a biblical Christian?
Oh, if you're just okay, if you're not, I mean, if you're just talking about God in and of itself, like you're talking about like some
No, I'm
creating
not.
divine entity, and you don't hold to it. If you're a non-denominational Christian, or if you're not even a Christian, you're just a spiritualist, or you're just like a pantheist, or a classical deist.
Keep guessing.
I have no idea. You haven't told us.
Well, you didn't ask.
Well, not all versions of God claims have divine revelation involved in them. In fact, divine revelation is really pretty much referred to only by Christians.
I think
Really?
the Muslims
Okay.
refer to it too sometimes.
I'm pretty sure that they don't think that Allah talks to anybody, that Allah only talked to Muhammad through Gabriel. But he doesn't actually talk to human beings. That if any Muslim said that they heard from Allah, then that other Muslims would reject them. So
Depends on the denomination, though.
Divinely revealed means revealed by God. I would say.
Right, but divine revelation is literally specifically referred to by Christians. Divine revelation or special revelation and natural revelation. That's like literally a Christian concept.
Okay, well, they can have their proprietary ownership of it if they wish. That was the easiest way for me to convey it to you, and it worked.
Well, given that
You
it
made the assumption
given that
I
it
was a
predates
Christian.
you, aren't you co-opting them?
I said they can have their proprietary ownership of it. Yes.
It's not proprietary ownership. They came up with the concept first, and you are co-opting off of them.
I'm sorry, are you suggesting that nobody before Christians had ever thought that that God had spoken to them?
I have no doubt. If you wanted, if you like, so if you have like
so
this
it's
kind
the
of
label.
if you
that
have
they
this
put on it.
esoteric definition of what a god is, I mean, you could describe it like that, or if you're just saying, are you a pantheist? Or are you just referring to the universe as God?
No.
So what would you classify yourself as?
Lastly asked, a docetic Gnostic.
So you don't know.
No. Docetic Gnostic with
Oh,
a
Gnostic.
G.
Gnostic. Sorry, I thought I heard agnostic. My bad. I thought I heard agnostic. You said Gnostic. So you know it. So you know it because you feel it.
I know it because God told me.
Because you feel God told you. Because you have no mechanism to differentiate that experience from
Now
confirmation. No. Hang on. No. Hang on. You possess no mechanism to differentiate between your experience and confirmation bias.
Oh, really? How do you know that?
Because I asked you for one and you didn't give me one.
That doesn't make it knowledge to you.
Give me the mechanism by which you did this.
No, I don't know the mechanism. Does that help?
Then there's no point in continuing on from here.
Absolutely, which is why I said goodbye 5 minutes ago, sir. So carry on belittling the rest of the Christians who come up.
Cool. Awesome. So there's no point in continuing on from there, because if you're just going to make up excuses, that's fine. Okay. But if I ask you for the mechanism by which you can do this and you don't provide it, or you absolutely refuse to provide it, then you have no justification whatsoever. You have no evidence, because you're just referring to your subjective personal experience, and you have no methodology to differentiate that from simply your confirmation bias. Okay. So what's the point of continuing on from there? There's no point. What did you need to ask me, Randolph? I saw the message.
Oh, well, I'm asking for Jackie. He's wondering if he asked specifically, do you two have a position on universals, realist, nominalist, etc.? I told him I think I'm mostly in the realist camp. That seems to work well for me, and I told him I'd ask you for your position on this.
Nominalism seems kind of the thing. I'm kind of eclectic when it comes to this stuff, because I acknowledge the limitations of my perception.
You just cut right out there. Yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm eclectic. I'm eclectic in these things. You could say nominalism, yes, but like I said, I'm kind of eclectic in these areas, and because I recognize the limitation of literally our subjective internal experiences. And so, not to mention the problem of induction and shit like that. So I do not hold, I'll tell you this is my answer. I do not hold concrete, absolutely to one philosophical concept. I find that to be unnecessarily limiting. in the scope of trying to understand things. That you may find one that works really well, but it does not cover all the bases. There's a reason why multiple philosophical positions have kind of like blossomed throughout the years in response to prior ones. What are those things identifying that are not covered by the prior ones? How do we get from pre-Socratic all the way to postmodernism? What elicited that change? People identifying new things or looking at things from a different vantage point. Okay, so understanding that, I think it does us a disservice to hold absolutely to one specific thing. Like, I'm eclectic in the sense of, like, as far as like empiricism and rationalism, I hold to tenets of both, because both are functional in that respect, but you can't hold to one of them alone. So eclectic in that sense. I hope that answers your question. Let me check that.
Yeah, this makes sense to me, because that's why I prefixed realist with mostly.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
But look at the field of science and the ongoing search for the theory of everything, and how much difficulty there is in trying to get that figured out. So I think it's quite reasonable to look at philosophy this way as well, because there are good points and bad points about all kinds of ideas out there. And so I do think like certain things can apply better in certain places. Like Newtonian physics applies generally well in life, but when it gets to quantum physics, there's some changes need to be made, as I understand it.
Right. All right. Fantastic. And
so staying away from the theory of everything approach is probably going to work better for a lot of people, for most people, I think. Yeah.
So yeah, great. I'm glad that answered your question, Jackie. Awesome. What was this? Yeah, fantastic. I'm glad that answered your question. All right.
Thanks for asking that, Jackie. Appreciate it.
Here we go. Reverse. I see you. I see you with your hand up, but I see we haven't spoken to Can't Cheat Karma before, so I wanted to kind of like
reverse Camus.
I want to prioritize people we haven't had a chance to speak with. So we will definitely get to you, bud. Can't Cheat Karma.
Hello, Can't Cheat Karma.
How are you?
Doing good.
So I'm going to tell you right now.
Hang on. I'll say this. I'm doing Can't Cheat Karma. I'll say I'm doing as well as I deserve.
Sure. Kind of like a Dave Ramsey response. Now look, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't have evidence for God, but I feel like this is a relevant part of the conversation. You both are atheists, correct?
Yes. Yes, I identify as an atheist.
But can you, and I'm coming from a position of at least temporary agnosticism, can you really prove that God doesn't exist?
Okay, so I don't hold an anti-theistic position. In the case of pretty much almost every deity in exist that is claimed to exist, has been documented or whatever. When it comes to the Christian God, I do have reasons for dismissing it. There's a paradox of the Christian God being omniscient and omnipotent. This applies to the Islamic God, the Mormon God as well. They're all part of the Abrahamic structure there, and that's why they have the same characteristics. So the idea is, if tomorrow God knows, say, with his omniscience, that tomorrow there's going to be sunny weather in my neighborhood, and then tomorrow rolls along and God uses his omnipotence to change the weather to rain or snow, then he has then invalidated his omniscience from the day before. So that therein lies the paradox. And I think when you have logical paradoxes with the different properties of these deities, that either discounts the deity or discounts the idea that they have those properties. And because the believers are saying that, the people who believe in these gods are saying that there's no compromise on that, they absolutely have these properties, we can just discount the whole thing. That's kind of how I look at it.
Okay. Do you feel like there's a definition of God that doesn't include both of those things that, still counts as God, that might not be able to be disproven?
So you're talking about a particular God? Because there are many deities in polytheism, for example, that aren't omniscient and omnipotent. And I don't know enough about a lot of them to be able to completely discount it. I just haven't put the time into it. I'm certainly not convinced that they exist, but I'm not going out saying that they don't.
Okay, I mean, I'm not Christian, I'm not biblical, I'm not necessarily believing in God. What you're saying makes sense to me, but I don't know that that doesn't mean that there can't be a God that's omniscient or a God that's omnipotent.
So I'm not saying that yeah, I'm not saying that they can't have either of those characteristics, but I do recognize that there is that paradox of both those characteristics being present.
Okay, so I mean, I know you only said one thing here, but it sounds like you can't necessarily prove that God doesn't exist.
If I could jump in real quick. So so number one, there's a problem with the category of God. Okay, that's like the first thing that we need to understand. When we ask like, what is the category of God? Like, what is that? Can we demonstrate independently what the category of God is? And the answer is no, we can't. The category of what a God is literally whatever is assigned to that category. Okay? So it's literally context, mind dependent, subjective. That's problematic because it literally means that the category itself is incoherent, whatever we're calling a God. Now, that's the agnostic position, the agnostic or the atheist position, that the category is incoherent and does not deserve further speculation. Okay, now that's one thing. Now, as an atheist, what I'm referencing is that I do not hold the belief that a God or gods exists, God or gods exist, or goddesses, because any evidence or argumentation that has thus far been put forward has been insufficient to warrant belief. I'm a doxastic and voluntarist. We are convinced of the things we believe. Okay, that's what beliefs are, and I am not convinced. Okay, so starting from there, when we talk about gods, one of the first things I ask about is what God are we talking about? Because there are ostensibly there are obviously multiple versions of them, and it ostensibly comes down to which one that you're individually describing. If you're talking about classical deism, that God is unfalsifiable. It cannot be proven to be true or false. But then again, it's very specific because it's a creating entity that does not interact with its creation. Okay, that makes it unfalsifiable. But if you're talking about a specific God, like the Christian Abrahamic biblical God, that God cannot exist because by virtue of its definitional attributes, it entails a logical contradiction. Its singular attributes entail paradoxes. Omniscience, omnipotence, omnibenevolence. There are paradoxes there. But if you altogether, there's logical contradictions. That thing cannot exist by virtue of how it's defined. Now, there are some gods that are logically possible, whose attributes do not entail logical contradictions, but I don't believe in them because they cannot be demonstrated to exist. Okay? Because existence is an empirical claim by nature. Okay, so then the question then becomes, it depends upon, the question is, what God are we talking about in that respect? Because if you want to invoke a specific one, we can address that one on its merits. Otherwise, the category itself is just incoherent.
I would, not just because you said it, but because of the concept of just an intelligent creator. I think that goes along the deism lines. I mean, you say it's unfalsifiable. I mean,
Right.
one, it's also relevant to say, well, if that's true, does it even matter? Because we don't need to worship it. So, I mean, is it even a point in the conversation as it comes to our daily lives? But I mean, yeah, that's the one that I would say.
Yeah, I mean, sure, and we can ask interesting questions like, does this thing exist? What role does it play in the universe? Is there something greater than it? Given that it's just a creating entity, is there something greater than it? We can extrapolate from there. We can ask these interesting questions. But ultimately, it's kind of like, what can we reference? Like, what can we demonstrate that has realness and substance that we can reference in order to justify the probabilistic conclusions that we are making? And so when someone wants to invoke that, that's where we explore. That's why I will utilize both. I acknowledge the incoherence of the category, but if we're talking about specific gods, it depends upon what I believe and what I know. So it's the Christian Abrahamic biblical God. I am a Gnostic atheist. I know it doesn't exist, and I don't believe it exists, and I know it doesn't exist. But if we're talking about, like, say, Zeus, okay, who has specific limitations, okay, who is not the Christian Abrahamic biblical God. But so Zeus could possibly exist. That's a logical possibility. There's no logical contradiction there because nothing about it is incoherent, because gods like the Greek gods, the Roman gods, and various other gods are all predicated upon humans. They're very human in their, and they're very anthropocentric. Okay, so they're anthropomorphized aspects. They're just super powerful humans. Is all they are. They still comport to reality, to physics. You know, they don't lord over all these things. So in that respect, I'm an agnostic atheist. I don't believe it exists, but it's possible it could exist. Zeus could have been here and then he just fucked off, you know, but I don't know that. So I'm agnostic to that. And I'm an atheist.
What I see that I don't understand that you're saying it's just words. It doesn't really matter too much, but I don't understand how you can be an agnostic and an atheist at the same time.
Because agnostic references knowledge, agnosticism references knowledge, and theism and the atheist position references belief. Belief and knowledge, while intertwined, are not the same thing. And this is understood going back. You could literally go back to the Proto-Indo-European roots of these words, of these concepts, how they were initially identified in human language, going all the way back to the roots. It was understood even back then. And we're talking like I said, like Proto-Indo-European languages.
Okay, I believe you. Can I?
We're talking etymology and linguistics.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that even in our most ancient times, human beings understood that there is a difference between what you feel to be true and what you know to be true, or what you can demonstrate to be true to others. You can feel a thing is true, but there's something you can feel to be true that you can't demonstrate as being true, in others comporting with reality. That's why there exist two Greek words here, pistis and gnosis.
Okay. Well,
right. When you're saying that it doesn't make sense between to be agnostic and atheist at the same time, this is an idea that's popularized by some theologians who are very involved in philosophy of religion. It's not part of general philosophy, as I know. It's specifically within that area, and my rejection of them doing that is, and claiming that in philosophy this is what it means. It's not in philosophy. It's philosophy of religion, specifically that scope, is that they don't have authority to kind of define words outside of their purview. You know, they can do it within the context of what they're writing, but then they have to define it because it's not the norm. So a lot of people do make the mistake, but it's not uncommon for a lot of people to mistake and think that that represents all of philosophy when it actually doesn't.
Okay, I think I'm starting to understand this 100% from this chart that this person put in side chat. So, just to be clear, when you say atheist, that doesn't mean that you believe that there's never been a God and that you can prove that.
That's for me, correct. And that's the case. And that's the case for the majority of atheists. There are some who do hold that position. Now, a consequence of holding that position is that you don't believe in any, so you're still an atheist who just happens to hold an anti-theistic belief.
So check this out, Carmen. This is really, really easy to understand. Okay, let's run a really quick kind of role play thing here. Let's say that you're a theist. You believe a God exists, right? Let's just say that for hypotheticals, just like, let's say you believe a God exists. Then you come along and you encounter me. You tell me your God exists. And I say, oh, it does. I was not aware that your God exists. Can you demonstrate? Can you prove it to me? Yeah, where's the evidence for this God? Can you show me your God? He's like, you say he exists, show him to me. And then you present your evidence / argumentation for why you believe or why you've been convinced that this God exists. I find your evidence and argumentation insufficient to warrant my belief. I am not convinced of the existence of your God, of your claim. I'm not convinced of your claim. You believe in a God and are thus defined as a theist. If you fail to convince me, and I do not believe that your God exists, what am I definitionally?
If I fail to convince you and you don't believe that my God in this scenario exists.
Yes, you possess the belief a God exists. You present the argument, the argumentation or evidence to me, and I am not
Sure.
convinced. And now I do not believe that this thing exists. In other words, I do not hold the belief that you do, that your claim is true. What does that make me? Definitionally, what does that make me?
An agnostic atheist.
No. I don't believe it. I'm not saying a knowledge claim. I'm not saying I know either way. I'm saying I don't believe it. How can I possibly know it to be true if I don't know? So yeah, I'd be agnostic. I don't know, but belief-wise, you didn't convince me. So what am I definitionally then?
Well, I don't see. Okay, Gnostic atheist. Is that what you're getting at here?
No. Okay, so the problem is you're trying to combine the terms. Think of agnosticism and atheism as two incidental terms that are just they're not related. Although a lot of people like to conflate them, they have nothing to do with each other. It's possible to be a theist and an agnostic at the same time, as it is. You could also be atheist and Gnostic. They're parallel lines. They never cross. That's how to look at it. So what J.L. Warren's talking about is he's saying he doesn't believe as you do. So atheism only deals with the absence of belief in deities. It has nothing to do with agnosticism.
Yeah, nothing to do with knowledge. I'm not making a knowledge claim. Because remember, when you first approached me, I didn't know your God existed. So technically, by virtue of the fact that I wasn't even aware that your particular God existed, I was agnostic to that God because I didn't know it. But now you've come up and you've tried to convince me. I am not convinced. Therefore, I do not believe. And given that I don't believe it, I can't possibly know it to be true either way, because that's a different thing, because knowledge is different from belief. Okay, so I don't believe it. So because I don't believe it, what does that definitionally make me? You are theist. I am then what?
An atheist.
Bingo. That's the key. I am a theist. I am without or no God. Okay? As it pertains to the God that you tried to present to me.
Understood.
Bingo. There we go.
Okay, I'm going to leave the stage. I just want to give some constructive, actual criticism to Randolph here. I've looked at your website. I don't know how many people look at this website generally, but I think maybe you put the YouTube videos that you have right on the front page. Otherwise, it looks like you haven't been active for a while.
Which website are you talking about?
What is it here? RandolphRichardson.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've not done many updates on that. That's a great suggestion to put up YouTube. I should do that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. That was
nice
good.
follow-up. See, I like it when people are willing to ask the questions and consider what the response is. This is respectful, and I appreciate that very much.
That was good. That was a good convo. I like that. That was fantastic.
Even if they go away not agreeing, I sense this gentleman agrees mostly with what we're saying. But even if they're not agreeing, the fact that they're taking the time to understand what we're saying and engage in an honest way is always wonderful.
Oh, and I got to say this in my live chat. I Killed Earl says, I'm a Gnostic atheist about Abrahamic religions. I'm an agnostic atheist about all other God claims. And to get even more
cut out, JL.
Oh, sorry,
I heard you
I got you. I got you.
And that's it.
I got you. Says I'm a Gnostic. I Killed Earl says I'm a Gnostic atheist about Abrahamic religions. I'm an agnostic atheist about all other God claims. And to get even more pedantic, I'm an igtheist just to be extra. Yes, I agree with that. I like that. Big time. All right. Planner says, who's agnostic? Agnostic, there's a few agnostics that are on this server. As a matter of fact, the guy who runs the God's Not Real, Prove Me Wrong room here on the politics server, that guy, he is an agnostic. So, all right. Well, I got only one person with their hand up, and I see Reverse. Oh, there's Mathematician, but I see Reverse Camus has been waiting, so let's bring Reverse up.
Reverse Camus, how are you?
Hello, Randolph.
I like how that rhymes, by the way.
Yeah, I'm doing all right. How are you, Randolph? Did you get a haircut?
I cut my own hair, actually. Yes, thank you. But
oh, nice.
I guess I'd like to. I'm not too worried about my hair. It's fine. J.L. Warren's a good friend of mine, and I'm just delighted that he brought me on to his show today.
Hell yeah! I gotta give myself credibility somehow.
I assume you have a question for both of us.
Oh yeah. I didn't notice the title of the stage until it was too late. I hope this isn't too straying, but what would you?
We'll give it a shot.
Yeah. How would your life change if the God monster was real?
I think it depends upon the god, right?
Well, he did say God monster, so I'm assuming it's one of the bad ones.
And I mean, there's a lot of bad gods out there, like
It kind of only half narrows it down, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of them that are just terrible. So like,
yeah,
are we just going for the sake of argument, for the sake of like conversation, we go with like the Christian God?
The God of all religions, the source from which it came from. I entered the question into ChatGPT to define it, and I got a pretty good answer.
Okay.
If I could say that. It said, the ever-present, all-encompassing reality within which all existence unfolds, the source and substance of being itself, beyond, yet ultimately woven into every aspect of our existence. Is that too vague?
It sounds like it's plagiarizing Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Wouldn't doubt that.
But seriously though, that's it. Almost like if it's saying that reality is God, then there's no point in calling that God because we already have a term for that, reality.
Right. The universe.
So, yeah, life, the universe, and everything. Well, then there's the cosmos, that the universe is either in or the same size as, we don't know. That's how I look at it. But there's people who disagree, but that's fine. Just so you know, JL, Reverse Camus, I've spoken with on numerous occasions. He's a really nice guy to chat with.
Oh yeah, I've talked to him before. Yeah,
he is Baha'i. The last time we spoke, and Reverse Camus, would you like to confirm or whatever on that?
Yeah, I have my own esoteric views of God that don't completely align with what Baha'is believe, but it's I guess the religion that I decided because it was the closest that I could find to what I actually believed.
Well, to answer the question, if that version, I mean, ostensibly, I mean, that would be like basically saying, we proved that the universe is God. But if it functions the exact same way, it's like, okay, the universe is God. So is the universe going to start operating differently now that we know that it's God? And that would have to happen before it would literally change my opinion. I would still be like, well, wait a second. If the universe is God, but the universe doesn't stop operating the way it operates, if the universe is just continuing on, then nothing really changes. You're just like saying, this is what it is. It's also this. It's like, okay, well, okay, fine. It's still so really my position wouldn't really change. I'd be like, okay, so people call it God. So what? It doesn't change the laws of physics. It doesn't mean like that. Because even if you could say that the universe is God, that doesn't justify any other claims that surround that God, like the existence of afterlives, the existence of souls, the like all these other things that kind of toddle along after that thing. It doesn't even mean that I have an objective purpose if the universe is God. Okay, so in that respect, I'm kind of like, I wouldn't care. So it really depends. So if pantheism were true, if pantheism were like justified, I really wouldn't care. Now, if it was like the Christian Abrahamic God, now obviously I wouldn't be able to be a theist anymore. I wouldn't be able to be an atheist anymore. I would logically have to be a theist because it's been demonstrated to exist. There it is. The God thing exists, or at least a God-like entity exists. So I wouldn't be able to be an atheist anymore. But would that make me a Christian? No, not until some very, very difficult questions were answered by this God.
Now, JL, you could refuse to believe, in which case you'd still be an atheist, but people would just think you're crazy then.
Exactly. Yeah, I could run around claiming, yeah, exactly. I could claim it doesn't exist. I could claim the Earth is flat. I could claim that evolution is fake and take an anti-reality position. But in that respect, yeah. But yeah, there in order to convince me that there's a difference between the thing existing and following the thing, or worshiping the thing, or hell, even respecting the thing. Okay, there's a big difference there. Just because the thing exists doesn't mean it warrants worship, respect, love, or even like acknowledgement as an acquaintance. Okay, fine, you're over there, I'll be over here, and neither of the two will mix. So that's the big thing about it. And I think ultimately, if a God were demonstrated to exist, it would just It would close the doors on some things, but it would open the doors to a whole new school of questions that have to be answered from that point on. Go ahead.
Now, for the people who aren't familiar with Baha'i, it is spelled Bahai, roughly. There's an apostrophe after the second A, but it originated in Persia in the mid-1800s. This is from my own research, my own notes. It's a monotheistic religion that emphasizes spiritual unity of all people. The founder, Baha'u'llah, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right.
Baha'u'llah. Pretty
Thank
close.
you. Was a nobleman from Tehran who abandoned his life of security and comfort to promote the ideals of unity and peace, despite facing intense persecution. So these are good ideals to promote, certainly. The history of this religion is tainted, though, with racist ideals that were advocated by some of its wise men and prophets for the extermination of all races except Persians, and practiced slavery, human slavery, as a publication called Black Pearls by Abul Qasim Afnan, although present-day Baha'i faith organizers are known to deny this history. So there is some controversy in the past. So I'm not taking a position either way on it, but this doesn't sound good. But the current Baha'i people I've met are all not in favor of slavery and things like that. So at least that's good. There's a number of beliefs there. It's monotheistic. They believe in one God and that he's a source of all religions, which is kind of interesting because a lot of religions don't make that claim. They believe that a flourishing global society requires elimination of extremes of poverty and wealth, elimination of all forms of prejudice and sexism. I agree with these two right off the bat. One world government that serves all of humanity. There's a lot of problems with that, because if the wrong person gets in power of the whole world, there's nowhere safe for you to hide if you're right and the government is wrong. You're going to be in serious trouble if they decide to take action against you. Harmony of science and religion. Good luck with that, I say. Universal education. That's a great idea, that everybody gets basic education. We have this in many countries already, and these countries tend to do a lot better economically and whatnot, and people have better qualities of life in a lot of those places. Not in all, but many. Most of them do. Sustainable balance between industry and nature. I think this is very important.
I've never even heard that one.
Yeah, essential oneness of the world's great religions. Good luck with that. That's just not going to happen. Everybody thinks so many people in their religions think theirs is the right one and all the others are wrong. You got to get over that hurdle first. I don't think that'll ever happen. They also believe that economic challenges stem from spiritual problems. A lot of religions think that a lot of people's problems stem from spiritual issues. And that the earth is one nation with all people as its citizens. It's a cool idea. Again, that's back to the one government idea. So sustainable balance between industry and nature. You're saying that you've not heard that one before. So this is part of my research that I've dug these things up.
Nice. Good job. Thank you for telling me more about my own religion.
Well, I'm wondering, I wanted to ask you, what of that do you agree with and disagree with? And I find it interesting your reaction to that one point about the economic stuff that I mentioned.
All right, I got the economic stuff, but the sustainability between industry and nature.
Sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah. I think this is a noble goal, and as far as I know, Baha'i does promote that as well. But were there some things that I mentioned that you disagree with? Because I'm just asking you for critique since you're Baha'i.
Yeah, I remember hearing about the Persian nationalist stuff in an ex-Baha'i thing on Reddit, and I'm not completely sure about everything I read on there. Like, they have some weird posts from covenant breakers who, like, they believe that Baha'u'llah wasn't the manifestation, so, like, I immediately have to, like, discount that, unfortunately.
Are there different denominations? So the covenant breakers, is that a different denomination of Baha'i?
Yeah. By the covenant breakers, were referred to as hyphen Baha'is, but there was disagreements as to Baha'u'llah being the manifestation that the Bab announced, and then there was dispute over the legitimacy of the Universal House of Justice after Shoghi Effendi passed away, and those people number in the hundreds.
Huh,
So
it's a very small sect. Do you find the things that I covered what of it is wrong, in your opinion?
Well, we talked about this before with the Black Pearls. That was written by a Baha'i. I don't know why a Baha'i would write something so critical of the religion. I hope that it was just an honest critique of how the religion started. But yeah, the Bab definitely had slaves. Apparently, they were treated very well, but they were still slaves.
Oh,
But
wow. So it's still ongoing.
no, the Bab, he was the predecessor prophet of Baha'u'llah.
Okay. And for the beliefs that I mentioned, there's the one world government and the other things like that, and quality of life and all those things. Those things, do those resonate with you, or did you find that some of those seemed off?
The one world government always freaks me out a bit. The one world religion. I was raised Christian, so like they're very. Yeah, it doesn't explicitly say it in Revelation, but it's interpreted as that's what the Antichrist wants. But in terms of one world government, I just kind of. I think that it's good as long as we give like regions autonomy with like an overarching government over them. But it reminds me of something that I read in the Tao Te Ching, where like regions, we should be organized by regions instead. Like the smaller the region, the better, so that we're closer together. I think that like a confederation of those nations, like agreeing upon land, agreeing upon rules, that would be good. Like, I don't think like one giant top-down government would be good,
So,
especially like a religious one that is declaring that people need to be religious. But that's not
yeah.
really what Baha'is say. They say that even non-Baha'is have their purpose.
So, yeah, the idea of smaller governments is quite popular among the right-wing conservative types. They don't seem to appreciate, in most cases, the efficiency that you can get from a larger government. Now, there's pros and cons always, and the way I look at it is there are places where we do need these overarching standards, such as food health, for example, such as health standards for people to be able to get medical help when they need it, and things like that. Public education, and the problem though is people will, in positions of power, will sometimes interfere with those standards and change them in arbitrary ways that are not necessarily science-based, and that can be a problem. And like I'm talking like with education, we're talking psychological science and social psychological science, particularly, and child psychology, and on it goes. And then with you've got public works. To me, it makes more sense to have electricity, for example, provided to people on a national level, or at least a state / provincial / territorial level, because you have one organization taking care of all this stuff and they can run it much more efficiently than you have a bunch of private organizations running it. And we actually have an example of this in Canada. Here in BC, it's mostly BC Hydro runs the electricity for almost the whole province. And it's a crown corporation, so it's kind of quasi part of the government. In the next province, Alberta, it's privatized power. So you've got all these power companies competing with each other. And then you have one set of companies, they're providing the actual power itself. And then you have a separate set of companies that look after the power lines, the transit for the transportation of the power. But you can't deal with them directly. You have to deal with a third class of organizations, a sales organization, which will then embark relationships on your behalf with each of those two companies to get you electricity. It is highly inefficient, and the power is just, it's stupid. It's a mess. And then when something goes wrong, people point the fingers, and it's just like, when something goes wrong here, BC Hydro is the company, the only one, so they take care of it. So I see a lot more efficiency here in this respect. So this kind of thing is good. When it comes to local community stuff, it makes more sense that you have kind of more of a free hand of the local smaller governments to do things. So I see a hybrid mixture of this stuff works well. So the one world government idea, I'm not a fan of. I think that's mainly the reason, though, for me, is because one group with all the power, if they're not making, there's just too much chance for them to, from what we've seen in history, for them to make arbitrary decisions and terrorize people and just make life. Imagine Islamic State ends up taking over the world government, the one world government, and they force everybody into Islam. So for people like us, I think all three of us probably wouldn't want to be forced to choose a particular religion. You know, we kind of want to live life the way we are and have our intellectual freedom and our physical freedom and all this kind of stuff, and not have to stop what we're doing 5 times a day and face Mecca and pray and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Well,
there needs. Oh, go jail.
I was just saying. So as far as why this has been pretty awesome. I see some people in the chat who are like, yeah, they've never heard like Baha'i like explored like this and understanding it better, which is fantastic. I want to make sure that we give an opportunity for other people to come on up, and so
okay. Well, we should give Reverse Camus a chance to shoot his bolt before leaving here.
Yeah. So yeah, Reverse, if you have something to say, or so like to close it up. What do you think?
Sure. The only thing that I can say is that surprisingly to me, that I learned that there is a God. JL has gone on his own journey where it seems like he may never believe again, but I found my way through esotericism, which JL mentioned that he doesn't really touch too much. So I don't know. I'll look into that a bit more. Like It's Here Now, Are You by Bhagavan Das. Like that has some pretty interesting stories in it. But yeah, other than that, I had some other questions. But yeah, you have like an hour left to run this. And
was there one pressing question you wanted to get attention on?
Sure. More relevant to what we've been talking about. What do you think about what we should do about this rising tide of Christian nationalism? How can we fight it without like a religious counterweight to it? Because it feels like with just atheism, like I love it, but it doesn't really seem to have any weight when you're arguing with Christians, because they're just like, you non-God believer, we're not going to trust you. But with an actual God, like you can say, oh, God is judging you for this. And I think that would be a lot more of an effective argument against these Christian nationalists. I think it would be easier to reach them. Is there a way that you could reach them as atheists, or
first of all,
what?
I want JL to answer if he'd like to, because I think this would be very good. But I'll just start real quick and clarify. The expectation that atheism should be on par with a religion and have the similar kind of structure to be and grounding to be able to fight back against things, to me doesn't make sense, because it's first of all, it's not a religion or an ideology. It's just a classification of those who don't believe in deities. So some other ideology is going to be needed if you want to have an ideological war. To me, the better approach is for the ideologies to be, particularly religious ones, to be regulated so that people can still take a free hand in partaking in it without imposing on other people's rights. JL, did you have some thoughts on pushing back against Christian nationalism?
The whole point is you cannot argue a person out of you cannot use reason to argue a person out of a position that they did not use reason to get into. So the problem being here, there's no real way to like fight back other than having conversations and giving people the information they need. The peaceful exchange of ideas is important. Having these conversations is what it is. But from a national perspective, from as far as our country goes or that goes, education, improving infrastructure, which includes education, is important, and adopting laws that are evidence-based and not feelings-based, that apply equally to everybody, that for equal representation, that's the only thing you can really do is ensuring that people understand these things and that these things are emphasized in every aspect of the law. And so that's what's important about these things. You have to protect the system. People are allowed to believe what they want to believe. They're allowed to be a part of whatever belief they want to believe. It's freedom of expression and freedom from expression. It's literally, that's what it's about. And that we do not pass laws that promote one over any other. It's either all or it's nothing. And so we need to remind ourselves of that. We need to maintain that. And if we allow those things to be overturned, then we're going to see, the scales tip pretty rancidly against a lot of people in this nation. This goes for everybody. And so I would say maintain our secular foundation and improve our infrastructure so that we can educate people better about what these things mean, so that they can understand that while they're allowed to, be a part of whatever group they want to, they are not allowed legally to dictate the laws by which other people live by. That's the important thing.
Well, based on those religious ideals, yes.
Yeah. Based on those religious ideals, right. So they're not allowed to use that religion to dictate the laws by which other people live. That's the country that's the country we were avoiding making. Here in the United States, we were avoiding that by literally by what we did with the Constitution. John Adams was the one who kept trying to insert God into the whole thing. And he was rejected, patently. They kept having to revise and be like, no, you can't put this in here, because we cannot give the inkling that we are favoring one particular presentation over any other. Okay? So that's the key. At best, it's deistic, and it's secular in nature, and it's also kind of deistic in its inspiration, because it allows for that notion that a person can believe that they were created. Okay? So that we all have inalienable rights. And that's what that's predicated upon. The kind of assertion that, we believe that we have these inalienable rights, but we are not going to governmentally enforce one over the other. And how do we get people to understand that better? Education across the board, education reform, a complete overhaul of our infrastructure in that respect. So that's what it takes. It's not about trying to beat them. It's about trying to maintain a level playing field.
Yeah, we definitely don't want to beat them. They have the main mindset of beating others, unfortunately. It's extreme right-wing conservatives seem to be pushing the religious nationalism. And it's not just in the U.S. There's other countries where they're doing that. We're seeing some of that going on here now, too. But yeah, we want the harmony and unity, just like you're wanting and your Baha'i faith seems to be promoting. So that's interesting.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it, Reverse.
Yeah, have a good day. Nice talking to you again.
Thank you. And we hope that these answers have been satisfactory for you.
I guess. All right.
All right,
bye.
bud. Take care. Well, I saw that as well as you, Randolph, that Barth was in the audience with his hand up, and I was kind of curious about that, but apparently it took too long and he bounced.
Oh, I know he's busy with kids and stuff, so he could just be busy with some family stuff. You mentioned that some of your viewers, is it the YouTube audience, that were finding it interesting about the Baha'i faith?
Oh, that was in the Discord side chat, that somebody expressed that it was understanding Baha'i, that they didn't really have an understanding of that. So to hear it all kind of explained out and explored like that was really, really good. So, and a lot of people probably don't, they've heard of it. They may not understand it completely, which is a good thing. So really good stuff.
Yeah. Actually, there's a lot of religions out there. I did some research on this. I embarked on research on this a couple decades ago, and I thought, no problem. Maybe there'll be 12 or 15 religions or something like that. I'll have this done in a couple of months. And it grew into a project with over 75 religions identified around the world, like major religions that deserve to be significantly recognized as distinctive religions. And part of the problem I ran into is trying to figure out how to discern whether it's just a denomination or a distinct religion. Not an easy task, and people who've looked at my research have their own ideas on how they should be divided as well. So it's certainly not a subtle point, but I did the best I could with it, and it's interesting in that I was able to identify 99 denominations of Islam. I think maybe 13 denominations of Judaism, and Christianity. It's just a bottomless pit. There's over 40,000 denominations. it's intense.
Right. Well, we don't have anybody with their hands up currently here in the audience. Maybe Barth will come back and he'll put his hand up because, we brought up CT, we brought up Catholic Traditionalists. Why not bring up Barth? Or, anybody who wants to has questions or wants to talk about stuff or present evidence for what they believe. That'd be great. Obviously, people are paying attention to the news right now because it was just announced that Biden has dropped out of the 2024 presidential race.
Wow.
So, Biden is out and he will not be. So he's taking his name out of the running. And the question then becomes who will be his replacement, because I don't believe that it has been officially announced that Kamala will take his place or who they're going to go after. I have no idea. It's blowing up all over the news and social media as well. So that's NBC. And I'm getting a lot of reports that it's all over the place. I don't know. I don't know where this leaves us, honestly.
Well, they'll have to choose carefully. They're going to want to make sure they pick somebody who's going to be able to get them reelected, of course. So,
right,
because incumbents are statistically easier to get reelected than a new person. So, if Kamala Harris was to run as president, that would be good. But then there's, I guess, the conservative people don't like women in positions of power, and that's always a concern. And that's if you want to get elected, which is. It shouldn't be that way, but unfortunately, that's kind of how parts of the world work.
Right. I myself don't want to. I don't want to fall. I'm trying my hardest not to fall into the doomsayer camp. I love him. I love him, and I love his work. But like Dave Farina, Professor Dave explains, definitely fell like he's definitely in the doomsayer camp. That. Trump will get elected. Project 2025 will start coming into fruition, and we are going to see.
That's scary.
Yeah, we're going to see pretty much the decline of democracy here in America, and in favor of favor of a theocratic autocracy. So I don't know. I really don't. I don't know where we're at. Uncharted waters, because in to put it in simple terms, Hannibal ad portas, and
what a ridiculous comment that was.
Which one? The
Hannibal Lecter's a great guy or something.
It refers to in reference to the Romans. Hannibal is at the gates. That was kind of like the fearful, like kind of like the thing that you would say like he's a Hannibal's right outside. Is the scary thing. And as it comes to what Christian nationalism and alt-right thinking and all that other kind of crap, looking at Project 2025, all 900 plus pages of it, this shit is terrifying. So I don't know where we're at. I may have to update my passport, or look to, because if we start swinging towards Gilead, I don't know. I'm gonna vote blue, just like everybody should. If you want to protect this democracy, you want to protect democracy, you want to protect religious freedom. This does not just go for me, for atheists. This goes to Muslims. This goes to everybody.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Now, in 2025, the federal election for Canada comes up. So once everyone's voted in the U.S., I'm hoping that people are going to, the blue team is going to come along, and the Vote Blue team is going to come along and try to encourage Canadians to vote red for the federal Liberals, so that we can get keep on the current track, because we are generally in a good space. It's unfortunate that people have so many misunderstandings about how the government is running things here, because the Conservatives have been really pushing a lot of misinformation about how things are going here. Like, one of the things that first happened with our current government run by the federal Liberals with Justin Trudeau is they made it so that the Senate here in Canada can't be affiliated with political parties. And that's actually improved things, because now most of the senators, at least, are they don't have to worry about getting funding from a political party to have an office now. It's all taken care of by the government in an impartial manner. So they're looking at the laws and how they making sure they don't interfere with the charter and stuff. So we're actually getting good legislation passed this way. And when I've talked to Americans about this, a lot of them are saying, "Oh, you're way ahead of us. We need to do that here in America." It's like, I don't know if you agree with that, JL.
I don't know where I'm at. I guess once it settles, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, but I mean, like the Senate, like if your Senate was impartial rather than politically affiliated, that would probably help getting laws passed better. Do you think?
Yeah, but I think it would, absolutely.
I see somebody with a picture of a goose.
Yes, their throats is there. Let's go ahead and invite them up. As a matter of fact, I'm going to invite them up. Randolph, I'm going to let you take lead on this one. I have to step away for a brief moment. Give me 1 second. I got to run to the restroom. Oh, wait.
Okay, no problem. Too much info. Hello.
You said you had to go to the bathroom.
Hello, their throats are open graves. How are you?
Hey, how's it going? You guys are talking about Biden.
I'll be right back.
Well, yeah, JL Warren had just mentioned that Joe Biden announced that he's stepping down. So now there's, I guess, the question of who's going to run. Now, I'm Canadian, so I'm not as well versed in the American political landscape as JL Warren is. But if you have some thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, you're going to defend democracy when there will be a yay or nay vote on the floor of the Democratic National Committee convention in August. It's going to be a yay or nay vote. And there will be a guy at the podium with a big gavel, and he's going to hear the sound. Is the sound of yays greater than the sound of nays? Well, we can go back to the 2016 Democratic National Committee convention, and we can hear clearly, as I watched it, because I'm one of these political wonks, that Bernie Sanders delegates, they were clearly the sound of nay. But the guy with the gavel, he didn't hear that. So the guy with the gavel, this is not a democratic process. A democratic process would allow the voters, the citizens that are Democrats, members of the Democratic Party, to choose their presidential candidate. Well, that's not what's going to happen. To defend our democracy, a man with a gavel can do that. Now, I can go back to 2012 when Ron Paul delegates at the RNC had a problem.
Hang on. I just want to ask something. So what you were hearing was through, I guess, coming through a microphone. Was the microphone positioned at pretty much the same place as the guy holding the gavel, or was it positioned somewhere else?
Oh, I guess it's
where I'm going with this.
There was a great big microphone conspiracy.
Is I'm trying to support your point here.
Well,
that it is subjective. What's going on? They should be just counting the votes. They should have some way of counting.
You would be correct that a more accurate way to do it would to be actually have a primary, to where people go and vote.
So the political parties
versus microphone conspiracies and microphone problems and such as that.
The political parties get to choose however they choose, and if that's the process they're using,
well, I guess the party is above the people is my argument.
Well, for the party, they're deciding
that democracy. We must save democracy through an undemocratic process. That's my argument. Right. So, what are you guys talking about? God doesn't exist today or something? But
yeah, no. The thing is, like, the party is forming their platform that they're going forward with. And however they decide who's going to be part of their party is, I guess, up to them, because a party is an arbitrary thing that happens. I think party politics are a detriment to democracy myself, but it seems to be like a necessary evil in a way as well. So, but when it comes to the actual elections, that's normally done with the proper counting and not just yeas and nays.
Well, I guess the party will choose the candidate, and then the people will choose what is given to them by the technocratic, by the smart people.
But
the smart people in the DNC are going to decide.
But insofar as you saying that should be a more democratic process, I agree with you on that. But that's a party policy issue. That's not a government issue.
Okay.
Yeah, so the parties, maybe some regulation needs to go in place where they're going to do this, but then now you're regulating parties and legitimizing them more.
You don't get it. The Democratic Party literally stuck a big fucking middle finger to the Democratic Party voters and said, we will decide who your champion is. You will not decide. We're smarter than you. We're better than you. And here's the proof. Man, this timeline for Biden stepping down was predicted a year and a half ago.
Wow.
Not by just one random guy on Judicial Watch or something. I mean, this is part of the everybody's been talking about it.
Now, so the Republicans have a similar kind of process, do they not?
Well, everybody wants to believe that it just happened, but oh no, this was part of the plan all along. Well, because they don't want the people through the normal Democratic primary process that starts in Iowa and goes to New Hampshire and then goes to South Carolina. They didn't want that.
Of course, they don't want that. That being said, that may be the issue that I know that there are systemic issues. I'm fully aware of that, and those systemic issues are getting in the way of us making smart and efficient decisions, as in regards to these things. Yes, there are a number of problems. We need to eliminate things like the electoral college. We need to. We could go on.
Not what we're talking about right now.
No. I'm aware of the systemic issues. The party, fucking,
systemic.
Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my thought? Because I'm in the middle of speaking. Okay. I'm in the middle of speaking. So hang on. The problem is this. Currently, right now, there is an existential threat to our democracy. Okay? One problem at a time. I don't want to get mired down in the what's part of the plan, who's pulling the strings, yada, 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 because we can't solve those problems right now.
Well, it turns out that the Democratic Party, the voters themselves, are not going to be able to choose their presidential candidate this time around. And the issue is, did they plan it this way all along? So the primary process was irrelevant. I go back to 2020 and I look at the Iowa Democratic primary, or was it 2016? No, it's 2020. The Iowa Democratic primary process, it was discarded. Do you not remember that? Or no, it was 2016.
Okay, but does any of this help us to solve this problem now?
What helps to solve the problem? It turns out that the voters cannot decide their candidate.
Okay,
ultimately
that's fine.
They will decide on election day.
That's fine. That's fine. Maybe they can't. Okay, fine. Does being aware of that help us to solve the problem now?
The problem of our democracy, the democracy that the Democratic Party is subverting, at least for their contingency or their constituency. Yeah, you got a problem. I don't have a problem. You have a problem.
You're not answering the question. Okay? Does us being aware of this, how does that, us being aware of this, can we fix that right now? Or should we be more focused on securing our democracy so that we have the opportunity to fix it in the future?
Securing your democracy? Look, it was already predicted.
Okay, so he's not going to answer questions. I'm not interested in pursuing that any further. If you I understand, I fully understand that there are systemic issues. I fully understand that a lot of these systemic issues lead to conspiratorial thinking. Fine. That's great. Let's concede that everything he's saying is right about the Democratic Party. Let's say it's across the board correct. Even if it's correct, it does not help us save democracy now, because we can't go back and institute those changes to correct those things until we save democracy. If we save democracy now, we have the opportunity. Okay? And you calling me a commie in the side chat is that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even follow. It's a non sequitur. I'm not communist. It's my stage. Okay? And I'm not going to have conspiracies. I'm not going to have conspiracies thrown at me, conspiratorial thinking thrown at me or anybody else on this stage, when even if they were true, they don't solve our problems. I'm not interested in lamenting how we potentially got here. I'm interested in solving the problem. Okay? I don't care if it was planned. I don't care. It's irrelevant. Okay? It's irrelevant if it was planned. It's irrelevant if we are literally playing along with it. We need to save it right now. Lamenting conspiratorial bullshit does not solve problems.
Yeah,
Facing the problem that we have right now, existential threat to democracy, and how that affects other countries geopolitically, that is the problem. Salvage democracy, solve the systemic problems later. Because I guarantee you, if we don't save democracy now, those systemic problems that exist right now are going to pale in comparison to what's coming.
Yeah, I do think, like, I don't know if you heard everything we talked about when you were out there. The one point that I think he did make that was good is a reasonable point. But I'm still with you. Like, there's a bigger problem. But the idea that they're just kind of listening to yays and nays, and it's a matter of what the person holding the gavel decides is going to be the presidential candidate. So this is, and I explained to him, I said, look, this is how the party runs. They choose to run that way. So I would say appeal to the party to get them to change it and count actual votes, instead of counting people speaking yays and nays. If accuracy is the issue, that's a real simple solution, and that's something that there just needs to be the political will for it. Yeah, as far as the communism thing and all these other comments, it's like, yeah, that just doesn't work. No.
Oh, and by the way, Throats, I am for ranked choice voting. Like, that is the system we should have in place, both locally and federally. Okay? I am for ranked choice voting. So no, like, sitting there telling me that I don't want the voters to have the say, okay? Yes, I want voters to have a say. I want ranked choice voting. I want everybody who wants to run to go up in there and run. Okay? And that's what I want. And I want the voters, through ranked choice voting, to determine who's going to run for the presidency based upon that ranked choice. I want the voters to have a say in this. I don't want people deciding my representation for me. I want to put a vote towards who represents me. And if unfortunately that's the minority, that's fine. If you think about when the Democratic field was overcrowded in 2016, or was it? No, it was 2016 when it was overcrowded. Ranked choice voting would have been great, okay? Because it wouldn't have been Hillary. Because Hillary was not the one that most people wanted, with ranked choice voting, and we would have gotten a Democratic candidate that I think would have won. Okay, but that's not the way it happened. I'm for ranked choice voting. We've seen it work collectively in a number of states where they actually have that. Okay, not to mention we also by implementing ranked choice voting, we see a decrease in attack ads and vitriol being spewed in order to denigrate one candidate over the other, because now they need to focus all their time on appealing to all candidates instead of attacking one another. Because if you attack someone, then you wind up alienating people, and the objective is to be the most popular. That's why the ranked choice is so important. All right, so don't make assumptions about how I think we should run our political system until you know me. Done and done.
Wow. I got the Alex Jones picture in the text chat here.
Oh, Al.
Wow. If Alex Jones was running for president, he'd probably get a lot of votes.
I will give him this. He was right about the gay frogs. I'll give him that because that was legit. It turned out that was actually legitimate. I'm tired of putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking
Did he do
frogs
his
gay.
research, or was just a happy accident?
I think it was someone did research and that he ran with it, but he ran with it in such a hyperbolic way that like people were like, "What?" Because it was so insane. But he actually was correct on this. There was a government-funded thing that resulted in chemicals being dumped in the water that turned frogs, that basically made the frogs gay. And okay, great. If anything, that demonstrates that there is a biological component to being gay. But nonetheless, he actually was right about that. I'll give him that. He was right about the frogs being gay. So score one for Alex. And then, of course, I hate to say that, given that he's a piece of trash, but or say it changed the sex of frogs. It changed the sex of frogs. They were trans frogs. Nonetheless.
I just posted my favorite remix of Alex Jones with the Gay Frog. He pounds the desk and the screen shakes. It's epic.
Oh yes, dude. The gay. What was it? There was that the
placebo. I got it.
Yes,
placebo for
the rap.
placeboing for that. Yeah.
Do you understand that? You should fight for your life. I love that song.
Because of a bunch of frogs.
Frogs. Oh, Alex is such a
I'm tempted to make that my ringtone on my phone, but I have business meetings I have to attend, so.
Won't you fight for your life? Oh, great stuff.
All right. The music they put on that soundtrack was just beautiful. It's in the chat there if you want to take a copy.
Okay, well, it looks like we're winding down. Only got 9 people here, and we're winding down.
Was there anything else you wanted to discuss? Like, I'm really happy to be a guest on your show here, and we brought in a bunch of guests, which was good.
I didn't have anything like major, anything like big. I mean, the biggest thing on my mind right now is Project 2025. That's the thing that I'm concerned about, and I think everybody should be concerned about.
You're our neighbors. We want what's best for you, and Project 2025 is definitely not it.
Yes, it's terrifying. It is an existential threat to everything, and I have big concerns about that. So, but other than that, we're both pretty familiar with all of our positions on various things and how we approach these things.
Does your audience have any questions for me since I'm here?
Yeah, let's see. If anybody has any questions for Randolph, then definitely let us know. Oh wow, apparently the new UG and Throats think that we just suck. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, apparently we just suck. So I guess we suck then.
At least we're getting critique.
Yeah, I guess so. It's better. I guess if you were bored, that'd be one thing. But yeah. So oh, I Killed Rose says Dave Farina is a doofus who shouldn't talk about politics. Well, I wouldn't call him a doofus. I mean, he's good, but yeah, his political position. I hate comedy. I hate commenting on how people have the right to vote how they want to vote. I do, but I do understand the mathematics of that. Him choosing to vote third party, it's just splitting the vote, which is bad. I don't think he's putting enough emphasis on Project 2025. That's my position. So I agree with I Killed Earl on that. So I don't know. I honestly,
from my perspective as a Canadian, we have 5 major political parties here at the federal level, and we see America with just 2. And what we see is a lot more polarization in the U.S. And I believe that a lot of that has to do with political polarization, has to do with the fact there's only 2 parties. So there's a tendency for a lot of people to gravitate toward thinking in black and white terms about it. And I really do think you guys would benefit more from having at least 3 political parties, and always an odd number above 3 as well, because what we find here is when we have minority governments, there's a lot more coalitions that need to be put together to get laws passed, and then the kinds of laws that get passed tend to be of higher quality. and better for the people and all this kind of thing. So my hope is that you'll get there one day. I feel sad that there's only two parties to choose from.
Let's see. I do have a question. Maya Atkinson has a question for you. It says, Randolph, can I live in your broom closet?
My broom closet is beside my refrigerator. You're gonna have to be pretty skinny to fit there, and my wife probably wouldn't approve. But otherwise, the answer would be yes. But I'd give you a spare room instead of a broom closet. Maya is really nice.
Oh, let's see. So I have somebody in my chat, Mr. Anti-Idiotic says, "What's your opinion on T.J. Kirk supporting Trump?" I don't know enough about T.J. Kirk as a YouTuber. I like I said, he's the Amazing Atheist. Fantastic. Okay, I am familiar with that name. So he's familiar. So if the Amazing Atheist is supporting Trump, I guess that's his right. It's weird that he would do it, given Trump's ties to Project 2025, given that it is a strictly Christian nationalist thing that will basically establish a government that is pretty much antithetical to anything the Amazing Atheist has put forward. So I don't know. I don't know him well enough or know his content well enough.
I'm certainly surprised that he's doing that. I'd be, if it mattered more to me, I'd want to find out what his reasons are for that, and then consider it that way. But definitely, I think Project 2025 is a major damper, major showstopper, in my opinion. I don't vote in U.S. elections because I'm not an American, but if I was voting, that would be a major showstopper for me.
Yeah. So I don't know his reasonings. I haven't heard what he's put out on his channel as to how he's justifying that. I honestly don't know. So as far as that, I don't have an opinion on it.
One of the things I really dislike about Project 2025 is there's many things I don't like about it, but one that stands out to me a lot lately is the idea of completely outlawing abortion. So that means that an ectopic pregnancy, which has to be aborted because it will end up becoming fatal if it, so it's that one's there's no exception for that, and other kind of issues, and there's zero consideration for the human rights and freedoms of the people who don't want to be human incubators. They consent to a medical condition like pregnancy or to other things like coitus and whatnot, sexual intercourse, consent can be revoked at any point, and that needs to be respected. And so my view on this is, when you force people to be pregnant when they don't want to be, that's tantamount to a form of human slavery. And it's, to me, this is like, some people refer to a movie called The Handmaid's Tale. I'm saying the name wrong, but I think everybody knows what I'm referring to. And this, to me, is a very bad direction to be going in. Lately, some of the anti-abortion forced birther people who call themselves pro-life people are saying that Roe and Wade getting overturned is actually giving people more rights, which doesn't make any sense at all, because Roe and Wade actually was protecting rights and freedoms of people so that they could have medical privacy protected and could have the right to bodily autonomy, to get abortions and whatnot, and other things. And when that was overturned, like I suspect a lot of people felt like they were stabbed in the back.
Agreed. All right. Well,
but if as a nation you're taking human rights seriously, this has to be protected as well. You can't make exceptions like this. Like, everybody has to have these rights. That's the way it is. Sorry.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you.
I don't know if your YouTube audience has any reactions to this.
Yeah, I think pretty much. I think our people are kind of like teetering on the melancholy of not knowing what's going to happen with the Democratic Party.
That's a big one.
That's
a real big one for you guys.
Yeah, we're in unknown waters at this point, so I have no idea what's going to happen. I do know that if necessary, I will dip on this country if I need to. Me and my family, or my wife and I will dip on this country if we have to. I'm not living in Gilead. It's not going to happen. So
Well, if you come to BC, we'll go for coffee regularly. How's that?
I've been looking for the opportunity to check out a Timmy O's and have some coffee and try one of their donuts. I hear great things, and why not? It'll be that's my excuse. My excuse to go to Canada will be to escape this fucking country. So
holy cow! I'm sorry that it has to come down to that. What do you think is the scariest thing? One of the most scariest thing in Project 2025 that you know about so far?
The most terrifying thing is the first thing that will happen, and that is when Trump, utilizing his cabinet of 2025 proponents and his vice president, J.D. Vance, who is an absolute trash of a human being, is when the 15 to 20,000 merit-based positions in the federal government will be eliminated and replaced with political appointees. So
wow,
people
he'll be able
will
to fire them.
Right. So because they're merit-based position, they can basically, the positions themselves will be changed from merit-based to appointees only. And so the people put into those positions, those 15 to 20,000 positions, will be those individuals specifically loyal to the party and loyal to the puppet, loyal to Trump. And selecting who you want in those positions doing those jobs dictates, it basically says that you can control how those individuals will do their jobs within the scope of a particular narrative. And that is fucking terrifying. That's how you take over the government, is you simply change the definition of how all the moving parts are. It used to be merit-based, who can do the job best. Now it's, does the person doing the job believe what the party believes? And that's how we get to, Norse Fire. That's how we get to Third Reich. That's how we get to, theocratic autocracy. That's how we get to feudal systems, is when everybody's marching in step with the party leader. And that's the scariest thing to me, is that the people working in the government, the people that you will rely upon to do their jobs, the Department of Education, the Department of Justice, the FEMA, whatever, all of those merit-based positions will all now be in lockstep with the party itself. And
that sounds terrifying. Like the Nazi regime, but the modern version of it, almost.
That's terrifying. Yes, that is the scariest thing. The minute you have everybody in the government who is in a merit-based position now have to, as a part of their job to be employed, swear fealty, like the Merlin says in my chat, to swear fealty to the party or to Trump or whatever.
The king.
Or it's already understood that they've already done that, and that's why they now have the job. If their employment in that position is contingent upon having sworn fealty, we've lost. Democracy is over. And the odds of us getting it back without burning everything to the ground and restarting are slim to none.
I feel like that just made my stomach turn. That's like the U.S. has come so far, like a lot of countries that are democratized, has come such a long way and is doing so great with all this. And the threat is just, it could happen in an instant, it feels like.
Yep. This is why, and that's the thing that got me, is Dave Farina's, Professor Dave Explains, his latest video, at the very end of it, he touches on all these things. All of the hallmarks that are historically proven, all of the little hallmarks all the hints that we are marching, that we are goose-stepping towards an authoritarian or fascist future. They're all there. They've been identified throughout history. We've seen them. And we've been written about, okay? And we should be aware of them, but we're not, because the people who want power don't want us to be aware of them. And that's what's fucking terrifying to me. And, I don't want to doomsay. I don't want to doomsay. I don't want to fall into despair. I will vote where my vote needs to go, which is blue. I don't care who's in that seat. I will vote blue. I will make my voice heard. But if this starts happening, democracy is over. And it will take nothing short of a civil war. And I'm not calling for war. I don't want violence. But it will take nothing short of a civil war in order to get our democracy back. It took a world war to unseat fascism. And it will probably take it again. Only this time, the dude in charge has Russia behind him. And probably China as well. So
North Korea for sure. North
Korea
for sure.
as well. So I don't know. I don't know how it's going to play out. We are in uncharted. Well, as far as America goes, we're in uncharted waters. Historically speaking, it's like deja vu all over again.
I think China's got a lot of stuff going on. They're probably any involvement is going to be extremely limited. They tend to try to stay out of these things historically, at least on the public face. But Russia definitely, North Korea, I can definitely see them aligning as well.
I mean, when you see pictures, yeah, Planer brings up the DOE, the Department of Education, will go away as well. Absolutely, Department of Education will go away. The Department of Energy will be severely curtailed. The EPA will be done away with. The FBI, supposedly the FBI will be done away with. Homeland Security will be done away with. The IRS will be severely curtailed. The list goes on and on and on. It's like Project 2025. If you pull that 900-page formula they got going on, it is literally a recipe for a dystopian future, for an elitist dystopian. It's fucking insane that anybody would be for this. And what's fucked up is that, Randall, that picture you put down there, 1939 and 2022, half the people, maybe even 90% of the people in that country in that picture, do not realize how bad this is for them. Like, they don't get it. And they won't fucking hear it either. They won't hear it. They won't hear why it's bad for them. And that's what's most infuriating of all.
Yeah, it's really awful.
So yeah, so Javer says, how exactly do you know both sides aren't driving to totalitarianism through this division? We haven't been a democratic republic, a representative republic in a long, long time. We haven't. We are driven by capitalism, by capitalist interests. We're driven by money. We are in end stage capitalism. The only way that this could go is the only way that it could change with a complete overhaul of our economic system. The problem is that the only way to salvage late stage capitalism is to consolidate power. That's the only response, is to consolidate power so that you can control the economy. And that's exactly what Trump and Project 2025 are going to do. It's like late stage capitalism will fail. The economy will collapse. People will be left destitute. Millions and millions will die. And then you have to rebuild from the ground up. It's basically just a collapse, just a bit further than the Great Depression era. Okay, but just across the entire spectrum. The problem is that late stage capitalism, end stage capitalism, will result in the same effect, because that's what capitalism does. Unfettered, unregulated capitalism will do that. But the only way to salvage that is to consolidate power so that you can consolidate the economy and salvage that. But by doing that, you create a two-tier system, a low class and an upper class, where the wealth is handled predominantly by the top, and then the bottom just gets the scraps that are left behind. And that is like what we were trying to avoid when we left England. Okay? And we don't want a feudal system with an Emperor Trump, which is what we're going to get if Project 2025 says it gets its way and gives him supreme authority over the executive branch, in which there are no checks and balances for the judiciary or the legislative to hold him in check, which is what they don't want, because an encumbered president cannot be a strong president. That's their reasoning. A president has to worry about the judicial branch, the judiciary coming after him for his behavior, can't be as strong as we need him to be. He can't be worried about things like, is what I'm doing he can't be worried about, is what I'm doing breaking the law. We can't have him worried about that when he's trying to make huge, big presidential decisions. That's the reasoning. Two-tier system. So,
do you think some of the states will attempt to secede if that happens?
Unfortunately, they couldn't do it legally. You know, the way it stands, they can't legally secede. If they did, it would essentially be an act of sedition. And so those the governors that dictated that said that we are seceding from the Union, that would be an act of sedition, and that would warrant a military response. And a big problem there is, even if it did happen, like I said, like technically we legally can't do it, but the governors could technically do it. They could cut us off from the federal government. Here's the problem, though. are only that for the states, the only method of defense is the National Guard. After 9/11 happened, a little provision was woven into the Patriot Act that in specific times, the president can invoke control over the National Guard and take that power away from the governor.
Wow.
And so the president, in times of national emergency, can actually empower the National Guard against the governors that are supposed to be in charge of them. And so they can actually like take them, but that's with the acknowledgement that they eventually give them back. But if you use the National Guard to overthrow the governor, then you can ensure at the local level that a governor that supports your agenda is now installed, and then the National Guard will protect that governor, and now you have a state that is beholden to the federal government.
Holy cow.
Yeah. It's a snowball. It is a snowball, and it's already running downhill. It's going to get worse and worse and worse.
This upcoming election is extremely important. Like, we've got concerns like this. They're kind of mostly harbored in the background for here in Canada if the Conservatives get in 2025. So, you know, if that happens in the US, then they'll probably feel a lot more confident about taking over here in Canada too. Like, holy cow, this is awful.
Yeah, it's bad. It's a bad shit. That's why I'm like, but
the influence is because we're next door neighbors. We're sharing the same
land.
Yeah.
And imagine for Mexico. Mexico, on this continent, Mexico's the odd man out. Okay, Mexico gets the scraps anyway. And what the hell do you think is going to happen to that country's economy when this shit goes down? Holy hell. Mass deportations, they want that. Enforced mass deportations. That's what they're angry for.
Money laundering capital of North America, probably.
And then, but of course, if you're looking at mass deportations, you're looking at a collapse of our infrastructure. We don't have the bodies in place, the warm bodies in place to do the jobs that illegal immigration does. Our entire infrastructure is literally built upon the backs of illegal immigrant labor. Okay, yeah, they're not here legally, but they do pay state and local. They do pay local taxes on the goods that they buy. They do contribute to the economy. So the only thing that's different is they are a bit of a burden on our healthcare system, but that wouldn't be a problem if we had universal healthcare. That would actually solve that. But then the problem then becomes if we eliminate them and just mass deport them from throughout the entire United States, like these massive these ICE raids that eliminate all these people, we get them all. Who's going to prop up our infrastructure? What white middle class person is going to want to do the job of those individuals? Well, guess what? Those jobs slowly but surely will be eliminated, and then eventually you'll just have the upper class and the lower class, which is what's intended, and they're all just making money on our backs because we're the only ones left to do the jobs. So slowly but surely, okay, recipe for disaster. It's like there's a documentary that I recommend people watch called what is it? The World Without Us. No, that's a different one. No, it was Day Without a Mexican. It's Day Without a Mexican, and it's a documentary that operates off the hypothetical. What if every single illegal immigrant vanished from America overnight? Just like we woke up one day and there were no more. What would happen? Like, what would be the geopolitical and economic fallout from that event occurring? And it is mind-boggling how quickly we would descend into absolute insanity because of the complete and total collapse of our infrastructure. And while we're scrambling to try and reprop it back up, systemic issues are like, we're talking a complete and total breakdown of social services across the spectrum, a descent into absolute anarchy. So that's the eventual fallout, which is exactly like the same idea. There was another documentary called The World Without Us, and that was basically a hypothetical. It's like, what would happen if the United States demilitarized from every country in the world? If we pulled every troop back, yanked them all back, brought them all home. No more military presence in any country anywhere, except for the United States. And it's called The World Without Us, without U.S., a world without U.S. And wow. It examines what would happen. What would be the fallout, the domino effect, if we were to do that? And it would be catastrophically bad, because our presence is what maintained economic and geopolitical stability just being there. So like the world descends into chaos and eventually becomes the anchor that drags America down with it. So yeah, it's bad. It's just it's fucked. It's fucked. That's all I can really say. I'm going on like a diatribe here, but
this election coming up is probably one of the most important in history.
Agreed. For the history of history of the democracy in this country,
U.S. democracy,
democracy, it is the biggest one because we are in a bad state.
Well, I think the other important one would be the first one, right? But this one for very different reasons.
Omni Ouroboros says, "What about a world without JL? It'd be a decibel quieter."
So you cut out what a world what?
Omni Ouroboros said, "What about a world without JL?" And I said, "Well, it would be a decibel quieter." That's about it. All right. Well, we've been going for about 4.5 hours now. We're at the 2 o'clock mark, which is typically where we end it. And I don't see anybody with their hands up. So, huge, giant thank you to everybody who came up on the stage. This was fantastic. I hope you all enjoyed it. We had some
everybody.
We had some great stimulating conversations. Randolph, do you have anything coming up on your channel or anything to make people aware of before we dip out?
In the near future, I'm going to be presenting the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I have received recently a personally signed copy of it from the Canadian Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. And this is pretty awesome because this is in our Constitution, our national Constitution. So personally signed, like, wow, like
that's awesome.
Great. Yeah. So I'll be presenting that, but I don't know when. I have some other stuff I have to take care of in work first, but it will happen. I've got it in the right frame now, so the best frame I could find, and so I have to. I'm just looking forward to it. Of course, I have the regular kind of stuff that comes out on my channel, but I just need more time so I can do more content. It takes time, as you know. So
yeah, there's only so much time in the day.
Yeah, and I tell you, I really appreciate you bringing me on to this channel. If people are interested in my organization, the website is www.canadianatheists.ca, and that's where we're at. You can see more, you can learn more about us and some of the things we've been doing, and we are planning in the near future to probably in September to start doing some more outings and like going outdoors with people and having these kind of nice events. We've had really good success with them in the past. People end up coming again to more and more of them as they're on. It's nice conversations. And the interesting thing about conversations within atheism groups I'm finding is that the topic of religion and atheism almost never comes up. People are talking about everything else, just like any normal group, I think.
Absolutely. So. All right, and as far as my channel goes, I've got new content coming up. I'm right smack in the middle of editing. I'm actually almost done. It's another it's a video. I'm addressing Jim Bob again, so I'm looking forward to that. Made by Jim Bob. I have a video of his I'm responding to, and of course, Week in Horror, the horror film podcast that I do every week with my filmmaker friends. That's continuing on. We're coming up on the end of season 5, which is pretty exciting. But other than that. Just subscribe to Randolph Richardson's channel. You can check him out. You can find him on YouTube. His link is here in the description. So just click on that. It'll take you right to him. You make sure you throw him a subscribe and check out his content. And if you enjoyed this, subscribe here. So once again, yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Like you've been
my pleasure, man.
And I enjoy this, and I learn a lot from your insight and the scientific perspectives you shared. I really appreciate having a chance to be on your channel with you.
Oh, my pleasure, dude. Thank you. Like I said, I got to legitimize myself some way. All right. Well, thank you, Randolph. This has been an absolute blast. And thank you to everybody in the audience here on Politics Discord. Remember, Politics Discord channel makes this possible. So subscribe. Go over there and join. Join the Politics Discord. If you want to be like a part of it, you want to come up on stage sometime and talk with us, the link is in the description. So join the Politics Discord. A huge thank you to them, and a huge thank you to Taco for setting this up, making this all possible. As an admin, we do appreciate that. And with that, we will let you guys get on with your Sunday. You have a fantastic day. Be safe. Be excellent to each other. And I'll see you on the next one. Take it easy, guys.
Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. Yeah.
All right. Let me make sure I end that stage appropriately. Oh, dang it. Hang on a sec. End stage. There we go. Fantastic. And stop screen. There we go. Awesome. All right. And my pleasure, Randolph. All right, so that was the stage of reason. We had some interesting chats there. Had some interesting conversations regarding there, regarding some various topics there, and of course, some crazy stuff. Not some super craziness. We missed the opportunity to talk to Barth, but I did bring up Catholic traditionalists, and it didn't turn out the way I thought it was going to turn out. I thought he was going to descend into his usual homophobia and transphobia, that kind of nonsense, but he didn't. But he did get mad when I pointed out where his reasoning was wrong, and so what he was pointing out was not evidence. He was just presupposing shit, which is not evidence. So, fantastic stuff. But yeah, otherwise very, very good. I hope everybody enjoyed it. We have some super chats to bring up. So, Left-Handed Jedi for $5, and a day without blasphemy is like a day without sunshine. Absolutely love it. Thank you so much, Left-Handed Jedi. Left-Handed Jedi again for $5 freedom dollars says heaven to be perfect would be an eternal screensaver that resets every few seconds. Lovely. Thank you so much, bud. I do appreciate that. Super J Live for 10 freedom dollars says, remember when there was only one audio channel? Pepperidge Farm remembers. I do remember that. I don't know what caused this. This is so weird. But now I'm aware of it, and we'll try to keep that in mind, because it just blew me away that there was going to be this problem with it, but I'm glad we got it fixed. Thor Rasmussen has been a member of the Godless Army for 23 months. Thank you so much, Thor, for that support. You rock. I couldn't do this channel without all you guys supported, so thank you very, very much. Ollie Man says, I'm just seeing on CNN Biden has stepped down, endorses Harris. Did you see that yet? Yes, we've been discussing it a little bit. I don't know where it's going to go, because I don't think Kamala has officially thrown her hat into the race, so I don't know what's going to play out. I guess we'll just follow along and see what happens. I Killed Earl says, have you lost weight, Jail? Looking svelte, my friend. Thank you very, very much. I have. I'm down about, I think last I checked, my weigh-in is tomorrow, because I weigh every Monday. So I'm down about 110. So is where I'm at, and I'm close to my goal. Close. I had a bunch I have to lose. I had a whole bunch I had to lose. So that I wanted to lose, to get down. But yes, I did. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So my shirts fit better. Because and I have shirts that. But the problem is that even the ones that were smaller now are starting to look like circus tents. So this is eventually going to start looking like a circus tent as well. So, and it's one thing. What shirts that I love? I love Stephen Rhodes shirts. Those are my favorites. And so once I'm down to my target weight, I'll be able to buy Stephen Rhodes shirts in my size, which will be good. So I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, thank you very much. I Killed Earl. I appreciate that. So yeah, just trying to trim down, and I was tired of being big. I like Merlin. I like sleeping in baggy shirts. I still have my big triple X's and quad X shirts. So I like sleeping in them, but I don't like walking out in public with them. So I'll wear stuff like this. And yes, I do wear my atheist shirts out here in Oklahoma. I absolutely do. And people look at me like, what? And then they say, no, I don't think I want to talk to that guy. All right. But I think we're pretty good. I think we're at a good spot. So a little over 4.5 hours. It's been a fantastic stream. Huge, giant thank you to everybody in the live chat, everybody who is still sticking around to the end, and thank you so much for all the super chats. Thank you for the super thanks and the channel memberships. Those all make this whole thing possible. You guys rock, and I'm glad that you enjoyed the discussions. A lot of things that we brought up. Sure, if you hit that like button, dislike, both of those interactions help with the algorithm. Leave a comment on whatever you dug about it, or some things that were brought up. Add your input, add your feedback. I'd love to hear that stuff. So. You guys rule. I do appreciate that. And we do this on the third Sunday of every single month. The Stage of Reason. You can find it in the Politics Discord. Every third Sunday of the month. I Killed Earl says, don't get too skinny. As a skinny bitch, I can attest that it's uncomfy, but you look great. I can already tell you this. Sitting on hardwood floor, because I have hardwood floors throughout my house. Sitting on there when I'm doing my workout is a pain in the ass, because I can feel my pelvis. And I've lost a lot, and I can feel it back there when I'm sitting down. So I need to use the yoga pad if I want to be like when I'm doing my abs and shit like that. I need to use the yoga pad because it's just Jay Verse thought my beard was just bigger. It's getting there, you know. It's about here. I thought it was at the max, but apparently it has a little bit left to grow. You know, a little bit left. Thank you so much, Cindy Johnson. I appreciate that. But left away to I checked the Lost. Well, no, I was gonna check Lost and Found, but then I saw Chili found it all. Sorry, I had to. So I had to. But yeah, this was fantastic. You guys rock. Oh, Princess of the Bee. Oh, just gonna gently settle in. Yeah. So Jamer says womp womp. I lost all the way, but apparently Chili found it. If I ever meet him again, I'm gonna tell him that. He's like, well, he's like, wow, you lost weight. You found it because he did. You know, Pudgy Boy, he found it. You know, a little too much salt in his diet. But anyway, you guys have a fantastic rest of your Sunday. This has been an absolute blast. And for those who are new here, I appreciate you coming and checking it out. I've been the host, JL. Welcome to Bridge the Divide. I hope you check out the rest of the content. Look for new content coming up this week. And I hope to see you all at the Week in Horror podcast. That's on Wednesday. You all rock. So as always, like we say here at Bridge the Divide, be safe, be excellent to each other. Vote blue, and together we can bridge the divide. Y'all have a good one.